Oh, okay. People can hear me. Can they hear you? Welcome everybody to the Legendary Tales. Um, we're waiting on Lumi, which is why the cameras are messed up, is because that's just how this works. I set up my cameras so that Discord is like up into you. There you go. I have my stuff set up. If you're coming from Lyrical's stream, welcome. This is our D&D session. This is what we do whenever we're all available at the same time. We have, right now, we have Sheever playing Sorshana, Lyrical playing Davron. Should I change Rom Valordis Lease? Do you want me to do that? Just forever. You are muted.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's fine with
I
me.
have a folder with all your names in it because I expected that to be different, but turns out.
What was your other dude's name? The like little, little
Thrax
guy?
is a lizard man.
The like
You're
very
probably
scared person.
Oh, Silver Shyly.
Silver
Oh,
Shiley.
How
that's why I
fell
wrote it down. I was wondering. I wrote down something about
dear.
a silver shelf. I forgot what it was.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
That one didn't last long.
No.
Cap looks really large purely because Lumi hasn't shown up yet. So whenever.
big.
Yeah, Hex. I have the cameras set up that Discord, once we have all 5 people in it, rearranges itself and it works. But Lumi is not here yet. He said he was going to be late. So, that being said, this is where we're at right now.
Easy peasy.
Very nice.
What am I doing?
I'm making an Instagram story of that we're live as well.
Oh,
so
I made
slightly distracted.
I
What
made
are you doing?
I made tokens for all the dinosaurs.
Oh,
Ooh,
I did it already. When did I do that?
nice.
I was bouncing
When did
between
you
the
do
two webcam slots.
snap. Yeah, you looked all silly.
Well, hold on, let me get down there. Hello, everyone. You get to see my top of my head.
Not bald. Hog.
I'm definitely balding. If you saw it from
Oh,
the
yeah?
front, you'd yeah, I'm definitely balding, which is why I do a high and tight, because it hides it.
Nice. I'm
I've
calling
learned.
out Lumi on Twitter.
Are you?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your high and tight story. My bad.
No, I mean when I was in the army, it was $8 to get a straight razor shave on the sides and then like trimmers on the top is $8. So
Okay.
from then on, it was like it's easy. It's an easy haircut to do, but it's hard to find people who properly know how. Recently, then I had to make an appointment a week out to get a haircut in Denver. So that was pretty incredible.
You had to go all the way to Denver?
I live in Denver. I live in
No.
I live in a suburb of Denver, and it encompasses like the Denver metro area is massive. It takes like 2 hours to get from one side of Denver to the other, actually. So yeah, but that's my story. I had to get a week in advance appointment to get a haircut, and it's the only haircutting place within 5 miles that didn't permanently close. So
So Shauna is always eating / drinking something. What are you eating, Sheaver?
I was drinking a cappuccino. It was really nice. Before that, I was eating a biscuit, but I don't think that was on camera. Also, at some point during the stream, I will be fed chicken tostadas by Owen.
that
It was
sounds
great.
so good.
Is he cooking them?
Yeah, I already cut all the things, so all he has to do is fry up the chicken and make a bean puree, and then make the tortillas
Nice.
things.
Wow.
Okay,
Guys are
so
healthy,
I made
functioning,
a
cooperative adults.
Brontosaurus icon, a Raptor icon, and an Allosaurus icon. Those are the only
I am
three
a
that
fan.
I made. So Are those the ones that you had?
I thought you were a dinosaur.
You're so funny.
You're so funny.
I mean,
Oh no, it's the late night show with Lyrical.
It's gonna be silly today, y'all.
I mean, the original Sunny. I think that would be worth the price of admission to see
Yeah.
Cheever literally get fed by Owen. That would be.
No. He will feed me a plate. You know,
No,
and
like-
he's gonna try to time it so it happens during the break. But we're gonna see how that works out.
But that being said, I think it would be kind of hilarious to have Owen and you in one frame, just like, so here's a spoonful. I'll just on principle. Can he,
Lyrical. I thought you were gonna go in for the strike again. Feed you a plate. I thought he was gonna feed you chicken.
Oh God, I missed it. Oh, I've never been so disappointed in myself.
You missed it.
Jesus.
Owen is Odie Pixel is guest starring at some point. I'm just trying to
At
figure
some
out.
point.
I have a guest star lined up for 6 episodes, and we're making a character today. Actually, I think we're gonna make 2 characters today.
Can we reveal who it is?
Yeah. So LD is showing up tomorrow for Seeds of Destruction, for 1 episode because Elgar or Gareth is on holiday, and then he will be coming back. He'll be coming to Steel Horizons for 5 to 6 episodes after this episode.
Very exciting.
So yeah, I got LD, boys.
What is
Very
LD
nice.
playing in Seeds of Destruction?
We're working on it. We have a meeting set up for 12:30. Right after we're done here, we're gonna get into a call and make a character for him for Seeds.
Nice. What are they doing in Seeds? I don't know anything about it. I've watched like 4
Okay,
episodes.
so Seeds of Destruction originally started off as them just adventuring, doing cool stuff, making sure the Slayers Guild was proper good, and then a meteor hit about episode 21, I think, and it turns out that meteor is a meteor from the Far Realm and has an infectious mushroom disease that has been taking over the entire world.
Oh, Snapple.
And when you touch the black mold, it literally dissolves you into nothing and absorbs you, and then that, right? So, but what they figured out is the mushrooms are essentially tumors that, or the meteors are tumors that infect it with mushrooms. But what the mushrooms can do is they can call out and have people come in, and then it turns them into mycelial clones that run up to people and explode, and then absorb them into the amalgamation. So,
Jeez.
but it's controlled by these, by my literal favorite episode of Seeds of Destruction, is when they fight this giant mushroom beholder that is in control of like a very specific section of like the mycelial takeover.
Okay.
And that's when Linnea died from what I called the non-Euclidean destruction beam. Where
So
she,
GAC?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And yeah, they fought this enormous beholder. It was one of the coolest fights ever, capped at like 1,200 damage to it. And like literally the end of the fight was just Linnea kicking Skink out of the way as her staff of power gets disintegrated by the destruction laser, as her basically the beholder saw her staff of power, and what happens is the staff of power is you can snap it and do like it's like 24d6 damage to like everyone around you, and then you have a chance to be teleported to another plane for a second, then teleported back. Well, the beholder is sort of all-knowing and realized what the staff of power was. So Linnea tried to put the staff of power in her bag of holding, but the beholder went, nope, that's not how that works, and lasered the staff of power before she could do that while it was in the bag of holding. So the bag of holding basically disintegrated, everything exploded. She almost died. Then she got beamed right afterward. But everything that happened after that was Purge's character was unconscious. Jenkins' character had 1 hit left in him. Alexander, Cap's character, had already been unconscious for 5 or 6 turns at this point. And then on top of that, it was like everyone was unconscious. And then right at that moment, Linnea got burned very nearly in half and died immediately. And then they came out. That episode was it was literally some of the best D&D I've ever played in my life. In my life, like top 2 episodes probably.
Jeez.
Wow.
It sounded
So-
like madness and not like our dragon fight.
Yes.
Well, that's the difference. Is like Steel Horizons is a little bit more serious in the fact that A, we don't have Jenkins, and B, it's a little bit closer to a real world episode or real world series. Like it's closer
Okay.
to that with people being.
Look
It's
what
a-
I got.
What'd you get?
What do you got?
Oh my
What?
god, dude! You got a print. That
What
is
the
so
hell?
sick. That's Alexander. That's his paladin from Seeds of Destruction.
That is really cool.
Alexander
What the hell?
Stonettooth.
You gotta do it a little bit different for the camera that is on the stream, by the way, because it has such
And down.
yeah.
When did you get that?
Ellie ordered for me when I was in Ukraine, and so we got it yesterday.
little
Dude,
down?
that's so ballin'. What the hell?
Alexander Stonettooth.
That is really
Literally-
cool.
Literally one of my favorite characters that's ever been played, ever. Honestly, like,
Oh, that's so sick.
so yeah. But
Your guy looks all awesome. My guy's just gonna be like a big hairy mess. The fuck? But no,
Right now, right now.
it's fair.
Well,
You know,
and-
you
and-
just see what happens to you, and
and you can talk Alexander. You can talk about Alexander. Alexander was fucking sick. Yeah, I think. Cap, could you do me a favor and go into the arts and crafts channel in my Discord and post a proper link to that picture?
sure.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Maybe
if you
my
guys-
guy will
if
have
you
to get,
guys
like, a
are
wax or
interested-
something.
If you guys are interested in stuff, here's the Discord channel link. Go and join that. Hit the thumbs up. Make sure you follow the rules. Yeah, but we talk about stuff all the time. There's all sorts of community interaction. I also have a new Patreon that if you would like to support me, I'd prefer Patreon over Twitch if I'm being real. Yeah, just $2 will get your name on the credits. And if you do end up doing Patreon, message me with what name you want on the credits, and I'll do that.
Lumi!
Where's Lumi?
It's
Honestly,
it's
what
too
the hell?
big.
We can, or can we start without Lumi? Where did we need to go? We need to go find the.
Oh,
Freaking action.
Understood.
Lumi!
Lumi!
Lumi.
There you are.
He's here now.
Hey, what? If you shout loud, we should have shouted for him earlier. What?
I know.
I know.
Hello, sir.
Không ấy thôi con đi đi quá Nguyên một chút nữa quá Nguyên mới đi.
Your microphone
That's
is
the wrong language.
that is not English. It's a cool language. But
I can
What?
no comprehend.
Tại vì cái
No comprehend.
He's gonna be here in a second.
yeah, he'll
I
be
believe
Yeah.
in Lumi.
he's here. He's
It
just-
sounds like he's dealing with things.
he's physically here, just not here.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Do 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 do. Should we do a recap possibly?
Yeah.
Yeah, if someone has it. I don't have it at the moment.
I don't have it.
Let me check the recap channel.
It should be there. I mean,
Uh
update token.
let's see.
Steel Horizons recap. Episode 7 is in there.
In where?
Wait. For some reason I. What?
Oh, Steel Horizons recap. I see. You open
Yeah,
up the
there
thing
should
and then
be, there should be a Google Doc that has everything on it.
okay, I can read it.
You read it then.
So the party decided to take a train to Union. We wanted to buy after we bought a couple of supplies. It was a very uncomfortable ride for us because we decided we didn't want to go in an airship. We decided we wanted to go on a cargo train. We were going to be vagabonds and we were going to hide away on the train. And that way we could get there at a far faster speed. We didn't want to use Arcanus. Little did we know that Arcanus was what powered the train. And it wasn't meant to carry passengers. So we started like slamming back and forth on either side of the thing. I knocked myself unconscious. A lot of other people became unconscious, but we ended up getting there fine. The place that we arrived was mostly automated. There were a couple of people that were managing the machinery around the like docking area for the trains when we got in. Nobody was seriously injured from all of the bouncing back and forth in the cargo train. We snuck past a couple of people, and we saw how huge Union was, the walls and the buildings, and that they were made to withstand megafauna attacks. We stopped off also at this like weird train that when we threw something at it, it like immediately vaporized, and it had the symbols from the abhorrent lessons that was on it. So we got some information from there. We stopped off at a bar. Dane, the barkeeper, was very helpful. And then he told
Piece of shit. That's what he was.
Initially.
So he told us where there's important aristocrats are meeting, and that they could hook them up with a VIP spot to watch the event. Oh yeah, for the big meeting that was going to happen in Union in like a month, I think is what it was. So Rom recommended that we go find some information with the people we knew, by virtue of Dane letting him know. So we followed him inside the Temple of Coin, and then we found a pirate who Rom knows, and we owed him a lot of money apparently. So he asked for 5,000 gold. Rom, do you have any more information about this guy?
Man, he's a dick. He's a dick who robbed us because apparently I robbed him first.
Exactly. Which you know, apparently this is just an everyday thing for you. So we had to find his missing Wave Master in exchange for half of the debt. So we gave him the solid gold chain that we found in Insight. Found it very nicely.
Found.
Yes. And that allowed us to get out of the temple. And then we were going to go and try and find information on the Wave Master. Is that about all of it?
Yeah, that's it. The Wave Master is in
Tides End Wizards College.
which is
Post on Hill.
Post on Hill, which is in the southwest region of Endeavor. How are you guys planning on getting to Endeavor? Is the real question.
I gotta look at the map.
Well, I hear trains don't have Arcanus on it, so
No. The thing that I liked about the train, though, it was very fast.
It's true.
pretty sure
And I
airship
really
is faster,
appreciate that.
right?
No, it wasn't. Not the train that we had.
Nope.
As long as we know it's a freight train, we are faster than an airship.
You might get knocked unconscious, though.
No, but this time we can prepare, so, we know in advance.
It's true.
Well, the problem is that you guys know, essentially that, basically the you'd have to go all the way to Endeavor via train first, and then you'd be able to go back.
Oh, I see.
Is there an airship that drops us off?
There is an airship that could go straight to Post on Hill.
You're saying that if we were to go via cargo train, those only go directly to Endeavor, the capital.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to go to Endeavor. Let's just either fly to Post on Hill, or we could even saddle up to Post on Hill.
Saddle
Which-
up!
Which, by the way, for viewers, we all talk about cities. There's a map somewhere on the Twitch page.
Yeah, I am
on
looking
the,
very...
On the info section or the about section of the Twitch page has the Akron Strand map. My icons and stuff in that section got really messed up recently when I added my Patreon, but I'll fix it later.
We want to ride from where to where? Sorry.
We
you're
need to go-
currently
we're in
You
Union?
need to go to Post on Hill.
I mean, riding is a suggestion, or we could fly, but seems like train is out of the question.
Time is money.
Time is actually not just money. We have to be back at least 5 days in advance before the big meeting to Union, and we have a lot of ground to cover, so we should see, fastest way of travel beats everything.
Well, somebody's complaining about Arcanus, so...
Not if we need a space.
Okay, the question is, what are we
Hey.
doing after Post on Hill? Just want to raise
Did
that
we
up.
have to go to Endeavor?
No, we
If
don't.
you wanted to take a cargo train, that's where you would be going.
Oh.
I think we should get on the airship. Get over there, check out Post on Hill, find this stupid pirate's friend, and carry on.
Wait,
We have
where
two-
is Tide's End?
It's on Post on Hill.
It is on Post on. Okay.
Yes, as much as I like free things, perhaps we can avoid trains from here on out.
Well, Shoshana's
If
getting
train-
on for free regardless.
If trains are the fastest means of transportation, I will choose a train over an airship any day.
But the train has to go to Endeavor, and then we have to double back. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
if it
So
ends up being
what
the
would
fastest.
be faster? But if airship is fastest at the moment, then that would be that. Can I roll for something to know what's fastest? Would I know what's fastest? I think I would know what's fastest.
Go ahead and make a nature check for me, please, just to see if you.
Oh.
You know that if you took a train, you're losing about 8 hours, which is essentially a whole day. Because by the time if you were to take it first thing in the morning, which it's like that's where it's at right now, and then you take the train there 8 hours, you're gonna miss the window for taking an airship back. So you're gonna basically, it's only. Hold on.
So airship is fastest.
It's going to
We're
be
gonna
about the
miss the
same.
connection
It's going to be
anyway.
about the same time, regardless.
Oh.
I feel like we tend to get sidetracked though when we get to these cities and things have
Yeah.
a way of spiraling away from us. Might be best just to head on over there
Maybe
via
we should
the
do that.
ship.
Okay.
All right, let's airship it up.
Here, shoot
I
it up.
believe we should look for a Talay on a spire of some sort.
At
Who
the
is this?
shipping place.
Wasn't it the smallest tower or the smallest spire up a certain amount to
No,
what
we
was her
should
name
look-
again?
Talay.
Delay.
Delay.
Just at the shipping place. I wrote down.
Yes,
All right.
Talay is with Continental Shipping.
Yeah, just go to the shipping place and then we ask for a discount. Well, you guys ask for a discount. I'll be cat.
All right, to Talay.
To delay.
Toodaloo.
You guys reach the large spire, or one of the spires are massive. Like the short spire is still like 100, 200 feet tall. It's massive. And you get about halfway up, and there's just a large sort of 3D cube that looks essentially just like a wooden shipping crate above a door. And the door sort of slides open. It's more of a hatch than a door. But it slides into the wall. And you are greeted by just this small office that has a few filing cabinets, but it has this very interesting looking young lady who has some sort of contraption not attached to her, but sitting on a harness on her shoulders. She has blue skin, she has blonde hair, and she appears to be writing in some sort of notebook.
Does this look like an airport terminal of some sort? Like, is it busy? Is it? What's going
It looks more like of a travel agent or logistics office. If you get what I mean. Less of a airport terminal, more of a come here to figure out where you're going, and then she sends you in the direction of the terminal.
Akshun, you're best with these information brokers who lead the way.
on? You know, funny thing is, I was thinking of asking you because you have your way with people. Sometimes. Actually, on that thought, I'll walk to you, Delay. Excuse me, lady. We're looking for a way to travel to Post on Hill. Can you tell us some of your options and prices?
Oh, well. She looks at you, and you notice that she actually has gills on the side of her neck that are connected to these, like, clear, not plastic, but they appear to be glass or something. Basically a glass collar, and it looks like her throat was mangled or something at some point, and it's all scarified. And then her gills, she actually has gills on her neck that look sort of awkwardly damaged as well. And she says, where are you going?
Pulse on hills.
I whisper to Exshun, don't forget to mention we're sent by Dane for the discount.
Give her a thumbs up.
Thanks.
Okay, Hansai, actually.
I'm staying back a little bit from the group for a moment.
Okay.
We're going to Pulse on Hill.
All right. There's a ship leaving in an hour.
How much would the 3 tickets cost?
A grand total of 4 gold.
We've been sent here by Dane. Would that shave it down to 3?
3,
Or
yeah.
2?
Yep.
Okay. I give her 2 gold.
You give her
I'm gonna
2
try and-
gold?
I will reach in and hand her another gold.
I'm gonna do an insight check to try and figure out what her deal is, what she's sort of looking like.
Between that and everything else that you've seen, she make a nature check for me, actually, real quick.
Okay.
Never mind.
Ooh.
Okay. she appeared to have been attacked at some point, and in order to keep her alive, they have this sort of contraption attached to her neck, because she appears to be aquatic in nature.
Okay.
So they've made a sort of water recycling backpack harness that you don't really know how it works because you may be educated, but you're not like technologically educated to that level to understand exactly how it works. But it's basically just a glass tube that's wrapped, or glass half tube that's wrapped around her neck and then sealed via rubber onto her neck, and it appears to be recycling water through it to maintain her ability to live.
Okay.
By the way, do you guys remember how much gold we got from the very first episode? In terms of
I think
the
we
reward?
spent it all instantly, didn't we?
Yeah, we spent a lot of gold.
Okay.
I think. Wait, I wrote it down somewhere. I will find it in a second.
I think we still have several hundred, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, we have a
From the-
bunch of gold, right? Didn't we get like 7,000 divided 4-way?
Yeah.
No, because
Yeah, I have
we
like
gave-
1,800.
We had to give away a lot from that 7,000. We want to spend 5,000 on the little box to keep the Arcana score in.
Right.
Oh, so you're saying we should save 5,000 just in case?
Yeah.
Yes, because that's the price of a box.
Maybe.
One of those magic
Yeah, we
boxes.
can talk them down. It's fine.
Sure.
Forgive my companion, ma'am. He's counting as his strongest suit. Say, I can't help but I'm sorry to pry, but what is that contraption that you have there on your shoulder?
It's my aquatic stabilizer. After I was assaulted, a very kind engineer made it for me so that I could be alive.
Oh, it must have been quite the battle.
No, he came at me and ripped my throat out.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm so sorry. Is there somebody that you have a vendetta against? Somebody that we could take care of business for you?
No. He ripped my throat out, but I stabbed him through the heart.
Oh, shit.
Good work.
Great. You had it coming.
Anyway, for your troubles, and he'll drop another gold piece and then take the tickets.
You drop another gold piece and she just pushes it back towards you. She says, I'm paid well enough, thank you.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna come in now afterwards. Hey, friends, this is the ticket for me, yeah, right? Thanks for paying for it. I appreciate it, guys. Oh, hello there, beautiful woman there. What's that thing on your shoulder?
Really? Well,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
She just sort of adjusts in her chair awkwardly and says, "Well, I was assaulted. An engineer made it for me. I killed him.
You
Good to
killed that
know.
engineer?
Well,
Good to
not the
know.
engineer, but the guy that assaulted me. He's dead."
Good riddance.
I don't think she wants to talk about it, Gilbron. Come on.
Let's board this ship.
Oh, actually, ma'am, could you, if you wouldn't mind, seeing your acquaintances with Dane and all, would you mind letting him know that Ron Valor thanks him for his services earlier, and he'll be back to make sure he repays it.
Didn't you not like him?
Shut up,
Ron?
Topon. Shut up. Shut up.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'll be sure to relay the message.
All right.
All right,
I'm
two
down to
pulse
board
on
the
hill.
airship if you guys are.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
All right, where are the airships? I ask Delay. Where do we go for the airships?
Platform 6 on the second spire.
Okay, thank you.
And as you walk away, and there's sort of like a brochure that she sort of handed Rom Valor, who's currently Rom Valor. She sort of handed you a brochure that gives you a little map, and the platforms are labeled from top to bottom 1 to 340. The second spire is between 600 and 700 feet tall, and they come down in a basically it's a hexagonal tower, and every second face there's a platform, and it just spirals down and down and down and down and down. And there are literally hundreds of airships. Some platforms are so large that all they are is a pair of hooks that has like a bridge leading out to it. There are some platforms for smaller airships where the airships can actually land. And the higher up they are, usually the larger the airship is going to be. Because the higher ones can sort of adjust their size relative to what's coming. And where the lower platforms are designed to accept much smaller airships overall. So the lower platforms are a little bit more permanent, where the upper platforms can be adjusted in size and measure and things like that.
So, Talay, where that was your name, right? Where exactly was it we're supposed to go? It looks like there's a billion of these things.
Dover, I don't think Delay's here anymore. We
Talay?
left.
Talay?
She actually labeled your flyer, or like your little brochure with a map on it, and it's platform 6, which is one of the highest up platforms. And the airship you're looking for is the High Wind.
Okay, let's head to the High Wind platform 6 second spire.
Shoshana, maybe you shouldn't be in your humanoid form for now. If
Good
you're
point. I'll be
planning
a
to...
cat. I'll be a cat. Goodbye.
Well, I will be looking for any nobles, basically any yuppies, any rich types that don't seem like they're like high level adventurers. Anybody that Sleece would identify is an easy con.
I will be on the lookout for any clerics or of Nox or any of the tiny little dark dwarves.
Okay, so you're looking for the Duragar, the Svirfneblin, basically any of those, not necessarily Drow. Drow are a little bit different from your perspective. Okay, no, that makes sense. Make a, just go ahead and make a generic perception check if you guys are going to try and be alert.
I'm looking for Elix.
Isn't she with us at the moment?
Who knows?
Nobody knows.
I mean, we got a ticket for her, so
Well, you guys don't keep track of her, so
We didn't get a ticket for her. We don't care about her.
you bought 4 tickets. I don't need one.
you did
No, we
buy.
only bought 3.
No, you bought
No,
4
you-
tickets because Sorshana
you bought
was in
4.
human form.
Yeah.
I asked for 3 though.
No, but you got the 4 gold because it's a gold per piece. We shaved up 1 gold.
Hey, Elix, because you're such a valuable member of the team, we got a ticket for you. Where are you, Elix?
You're just speaking to the ether.
As you're sort of looking around, Elix, you guys transfer from, go down to the bottom. There are a few like catwalks that go between the towers, but the towers are really, the distance between the towers is quite large. But the rope, there's sort of like rope bridges that connect them in some areas because having that much metal, that distance is going to be a little bit dodgy anyway. So you have to go to the ground for this one specifically. You get to the ground. You walk over to the tower, and at the base of the tower, Elix is just chilling.
Oh, there she is. Hey, Elix, we got you a ticket. Oh, I can't talk. I'm a cat. Never mind. Meow, meow, meow.
So, Elix, where have you been this entire time? We haven't seen you that much. Imagine you know some people around Union and you happen to run into them?
Well, I was checking in on our bounty hunter situation, and it would seem that Mr. Fox has sent a delegation here to look for us, or for me specifically. And as you're looking at her, you notice that she has a little bit different facial features, and she's got like bright blonde hair. So she's morphed herself enough to not be Elix, but her clothing is pretty much the same, except she has like a bright blue jacket on.
I'll cast another non-detection, but this time on Elix instead of on the pouch. Oh shit, these are 25 gold pieces a pop? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm casting them.
Oh, and you're casting that on
On
Elix.
Elix. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, cool. She looks at you and she's like, "I don't know what you did, but I assume that it's good."
Made you harder to track from scrying and other divination magic.
Well, that's good. All we have to do though is make sure that it's the craziest thing. They're a bunch of birds. So Mr. Fox appreciates his creature masks or his beast masks, and they're all a bunch of avians. We need to look out for the one that's called the Crow. Because that one, there's something wrong with that boy.
The Crow. Are you talking about Ferris Mask?
No, the Crow is a part of a bounty hunting, sort of team called the Raptors. There's the Falcon, the Hawk, the Crow, the Raven, and the Vulture. And they're not let's just say interacting with them is not ideal. The majority of them are druids that specialize in summoning creatures. You could call them a little bit more utilitarian. They don't kill people, but they're very good at capturing. Because as far as you can imagine, a gorilla is way stronger than most people. So all they have to do is hold you there long enough for the support to reach them.
So this is a separate group besides the ones that were trying to catch us before now?
Yep, it seems that Mr. Fox has specifically hired or brought these people into the fold because this group did not exist at least a few weeks ago. I've been keeping tabs on Mr. Fox, obviously, just to see what he's up to, and it turns out he's into hiring new bounty hunter groups.
You say that they're druids. Doesn't mean that they could turn into any animals.
These ones don't specialize in shape-shifting.
Okay.
They specialize in spells that summon things.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, we must get on our way then and get the hell out of here. Make sure nobody's following us on the airship.
Absolutely. Mr. Valor. That's what I'm going to call you. You are Valor, correct?
Yes.
Just
last time I checked.
For all of our sakes. As you're looking around, there are a bunch of sort of human royalty looking people, but there's just something off about them, right? That as you're looking at them, their skin tone is a little bit pale. Their eyes are all of their eyes are dark circled. Generally speaking, it doesn't fit the description for standard royalty or rich people, right? Especially in this world where rich people don't have a care in the world. These guys look strung out.
Okay. Would I know of any races or like countries, people like generally paler in skin and darker in eye?
That would probably be plenty. Purely because the sunlight, it's sort of England reminiscent of foggy and stuff like that, but the soil there is incredibly rich. So when it does get sunny out, things proliferate and stuff like that. But for the most part, they're usually pale, more pale, and a little bit less. A little bit less. It's I can't find the word for it right now, but they're just a little bit less strong is the word I would use for it.
Okay. I will go into a restroom or a private room or anywhere. I'm 100% alone. And I will turn into Karathalash, the Dragonborn.
Karathalash. Okay. I think I got that guy, right? Do you have him?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you should have him. Okay, I just want to make sure. So what we can do is we can actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to change your name on the overlay because I want to.
Nice.
Okay, so you turn yourself into Karathalash, and you come out, and can you describe Kair for us, please?
So Karathalash is a dragonborn, looking of higher, like he's probably nobility, similar, like probably similar station to Ramvalor, but he acts much differently than Ramvalor in that he is a lot more reserved and respectful. Something I'm sure my party might enjoy.
Sounds like a nice guy.
And as Karathalash, he will go up and introduce himself to one of the nobles. Hail, noblemen. My name is Karathalash, and I'm here joining you on this airship, looking for some company of nobility of similar station.
As you're talking to them, you notice as you're getting closer and closer, and you introduce yourself. This group of noblemen people are twitchy as fuck, genuinely. Like, they look at you and they go, "Oh man, welcome, Kair. Post on hill.
Yes. We're all going to post on Hill, I assume.
Platform 6. Yes.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. How are you? And as they're
Good,
doing this,
good.
they're all looking at you. Make an insight check. Where's everyone else? Does everyone else know that Rom Valor has changed? Like, your clothes are all the same, correct?
Yeah.
I don't think he told us.
Everyone
so
else make
probably
a
not.
perception check.
I'm a cat. Surely I would know the smell.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I will roll anyway.
Oh yeah, you definitely know that it's Rom. Akshun and Davron not really paying attention.
And you want me to roll insight on these guys?
Roll insight, please. Yep.
Should I roll insight too?
Sure. Are you over there?
I am somewhere in the middle, having an overview, so I wouldn't be able to really hear what they say, but I can read their body language.
Cats have incredible
I think.
hearing.
Hold
it's true.
on. Okay, do I notice Sorshana?
You notice that Sorshana isn't really focused on you so much, but one of her ears is pointed in your direction, because that's what
Okay.
cats do. They listen in many directions.
Karathalash will bend over and here, kitty, kitty, and just make a little motion.
I will look over, look at Karathalash, and then turn away again with one ear pointed to his direction. Just like a real cat would.
Oh yeah.
He
I
stands
acknowledge
up
that
and
you're there, but I don't give a shit.
he talks to the nobles around. And,
As you're looking at them,
cats, they're so incredibly independent.
as you're looking at them, there is 100% something that is so familiar to you. Like, these are not humans. There
Are they
no way that they're humans.
Okay.
It's
Um,
like they took the nature of a creature and then made it human.
Okay.
Hold on, I think my cat is locked out. Give me a second.
Oh no.
No.
I'm gonna look over at Akshun.
Oh, sure. Shiva, I was gonna, if you wanted to, I was gonna have you perch on my shoulder and join in the conversation, but
Yeah, but I
Fine.
can't say things anyway. I'm part of the conversation right now.
Well, you can say stuff to Ron Valor.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
I'm gonna
I
look
might
at
I might
Akshun.
gander over in a little bit.
I'm gonna look at
well
Akshun
met
and I'm
friends. I didn't get your names. Sorry.
okay.
And they just sort of look at each other and look back at you, and they're like, "Oh, I am,
Perhaps the cat there has your tongue.
yeah, you could say that. And as he continues to talk, you're realizing more and more that A, the clothes that they're wearing don't fit. None of them fit the clothes that they're wearing. And two, they are 100% Karaki.
What is Karaki?
Okay.
That is a very specific reference that only Sleece will understand at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Turning his back to Sorshana, is there anybody else around this area
I think
that would
Doggon
have
moved
vision
close.
of my face, let's say?
Not really. You guys are sort of in a sort of yard that is at the base of this tower where people can go through a sort of security checkpoint / screening, just to make sure that people aren't actively trying to destroy things, you know? It's not like a TSA level security check or anything like that. It's just a check to
Karathalash will stretch and yawn, and his tongue will turn into a forked tongue. Just enough for them to be able to see. Very cute.
no.
She's got those green eyes.
I know, right? She's my baby.
Very cute.
And okay, so you yawn, and you do your little lizard man thing, and they look at they all look at you, and the nature of the Karaki immediately comes out, and they sort of lose their shapeshifting for a moment, and they're like,
Would I have noticed that?
"Oh yeah, 100%." Like,
Would we have noticed that?
make a perception check, Akshun and Davron.
Friends, you must learn to control yourselves. I do not know a nobleman who is not well acquainted with both his name and his station. Amateurs.
Well, we just arrived from home. And they're just sort of looking at you. And they've lost control of their shapeshifted eyes. And they're going off in both directions. And they're just looking at all of them. There's 4 of them. And they're all just like... their eyes are in their faces, obviously. But their eyes are going like this.
Okay. I will cast Thaumaturgy and make that loud eagle sound somewhere off away from this group. And Garrett the Lash will say, friends, please, if you cannot control yourselves, then I have no desire to acquaint myself with you.
All this commotion was enough for Georgiana to walk over and to just sit around the group, you know, licking a paw or something, pretending I don't want to be here, but still being there. Because I'm curious.
Well,
Rom, where'd you go? Rom, Akshun, did you see him?
You might be having a stomachache in the bathroom, I think.
Akshun, you do notice the fucking weird dudes they're just standing around like talking to this dragonborn that you've never seen before but seems familiar to you. They are weird. Like they are not, like, there's something wrong for sure. Well, Care. We are going. We have to get on. Artifact. Homeland. Endeavor. We have to get there and return it.
Perhaps you would feel more comfortable in a private cabin where we can speak a little bit more about this. Is there any private cabins on this floor?
What kind of ship are we on? Are we on a transport? Are we on a passenger?
You guys actually haven't gotten on the ship yet. You're just sitting right outside of a security checkpoint because the ship has not arrived yet. Well, just information. Sent High Priest Ogoki sent us. And that name is so familiar to you. To the point where you're fairly certain that it definitely has something to do with you.
Okay. Well, if you'll forgive me, gentlemen and ladies, I'm afraid I must go. And he'll turn around and walk on out.
And as you do that, they sort of all hold concentration for a second, and Sorshana, as you're sitting there sort of paying attention but being aloof, you can see that their forms sort of reconstitute to a little bit stronger, more grounded version of themselves.
And Karthalash will just move about, greeting normal people. So he'll see Dovron, be like, well met, friend.
Wow, how's it? I've never seen somebody like you before.
Yes, well, I'm sure we'll have plenty of time on this travel to get well acquainted, and then he'll wink, but the eye will turn into like Rom's eye.
Are you okay? You appeared. Are you sick? I sort of take a step back.
Make an insight check, Davron. You realize it's Rom Valor.
What the hell? What? Where did you go?
I had to
Rom?
get away for a moment, and it's not Rom. I told you it's Karthalash.
Did Rom have a stomach issue? Karthalash?
I do not know this Rom you speak of. Where is your traveling companions? Perhaps they would be better suited to this conversation.
Akshin steps up and say, I like this person more than Rom by a lot.
He'll grimace at you and say, well met, friend, Karthalash, and extend a hand.
Give him a curt shake. Well met, sir.
And your name?
Akshun of the Golden Field.
Very nice meeting you, Akshun. Much better than the, you seem a lot more, you have a better head on your shoulders than the people that I met before. They were a, sort of an odd lot. And he kind of slightly looks over to the group.
At this point, I know this is Rom for sure, right? Like there's...
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Or at least a form of him.
Well, I don't implicitly trust changelings. It would be best if you could keep an eye on them. I trust you slightly more than them.
Yeah, we must discuss more, as this journey will be long, and we'll have plenty of free time, I'm sure. Karthalash is looking around to see if there's anybody else around that might be watching.
I'm doing the same.
It doesn't appear to be that. People in this area usually have a mission, and the people that have moved past you or are moving in your direction all want to go either onto the airship. They would just want to move past you. They're like, excuse me. They have like a big cart or like a little platform that's moving along that has some cargo in it, or like a forklift type machine, or basically a ton of people are moving in and out all the time. But the only people loitering are that group of 4 humanoids and then you guys, essentially. No one else is really loitering. Everyone else seems to be on a mission. And just as you're sitting there over sort of a loudspeaker system, you're not really sure where the origin is, you hear, Platform 6. High wind arriving. 6 minutes. T minus 6 minutes. Passengers may board Platform 6. And you hear that over the loudspeaker. What are you doing?
Can I reasonably assume that I can get on the ship with my appearance?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. But I will say.
Mr. Cherry Crackers, or whatever you said your name was,
Karthalash.
we don't necessarily, have a huge. Do I have one of the tickets, by the way?
Or is Akshun holding them?
Okay.
I think Akshun probably has them all still because
Okay. So I'm gonna reach over and try and grab one of the tickets from Akshun, and then I'm gonna sort of roll it up, and then I'm gonna say,
We don't really have that much room in our party for other people. We already are waiting for our friend to join us, so I'm afraid we're not going to be able to see you very much, but it was nice meeting you.
and I shake his hand, and as I shake it, I pass the ticket over in my hand.
I say, I like this one much more than Rom, and I just give him the ticket. Here you go.
Does he now have 2 tickets?
I haven't given him
Friend,
the ticket.
I've only just met you. I don't need your ticket. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
gonna walk
even though
away.
I just met you, I like you more than Elix and Rom.
I'm gonna grab Akshun and just walk over towards the platform and leave Carrot the Lash behind.
As a cat, I'm
Uh-oh.
also walking towards the boat, ship. However, I do want to have one final. I want one final check-in with the weird people. What are they doing?
As you're sitting there, you're just sitting there being your aloof catness, like scratching yourself, cleaning yourself or whatever. And as the four people are sitting there, they sort of like stand, like get straight up and sort of go into like an attention, almost like at attention, in a really, really awkward way. And the largest lizard man you have ever seen sort of struts up to the point where you guys are like on a huge metal platform that's sort of separated from the rest. Like it doesn't go down, but it's sort of, they have like these big gaps where there's water actively flowing in them. There's sort of channeling systems for water. And this guy, the actual platform shakes as he steps around. And he comes...
Right, recognize him?
Make a perception check. Actually, make a history check for me, please. Oh, yeah, you 100% recognize him.
Who is he?
His name is Shattel Zarek. Or it's Shot Zarek. XATL-ZEREK. So his name is Shot. Shot Zarek. Primal envoy of... what is it? Where was my notes? Hold on. Primal envoy of Utot.
And who is Utat?
The lizard man god. And from your history, you know that Utot is a megafauna Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Okay. Would I have an idea of what he's doing? Like, what would an envoy of Utat want?
First of all, there's a major issue in the fact that A, he's in Union right now.
Yeah.
And not where he's supposed to be. B, the only reason he would be here is if there is what you understand as a migration potential. That a lot of your boys could be coming mainland. And in not necessarily the most friendly fashion.
Okay.
And Utot is also spelled UTOTL. In case you're wondering.
Okay.
If you need proper proper names of stuff, I'm going to type them in the chat real quick.
I feel like we wouldn't know this stuff, right? So
No,
we wouldn't
not at all.
necessarily be writing them down.
No, but it's just in case
Right.
you need a reference to it, you can write it down. Your characters don't really know what's going on.
Right.
I see big lizard man.
He's not just big. He is enormous. He's roughly between 8 and 12 feet tall. You can't really tell because he's sort of hunched. And he's dressed in gold and jade armor. And he has basically what appears to be a giant two-handed saw as a weapon. And he's dressed in full plate mail that appears to be either bronze or gold with jade inlay. And he has like this giant and he looks more of a crocodile than he does anything else. He looks like a lizard man was specifically spawned out of a crocodile instead of like the standard humanoid lizard man. So he's enormous. And his weapon is between 9 and 15 feet. Like, it's probably about 14 or 15 feet long. And its handle is like 7 or 8 feet of that. So it looks like a two-handed chopping weapon or sawing weapon almost.
How far away are we from the dock where we'd get on the ship? Like, how long would it take to walk there or run there?
If you were to run all the way up, it would take you about 15 minutes.
Didn't you say we had to take off in 6 minutes?
No, it's arriving in 6 minutes.
Got it. How long till it takes off? Do we know?
It's usually half an hour.
Okay.
Half an hour, 45 minutes.
So I'm going to kind of sort of scuttle my way into hearing distance of the crocodile man, which I imagine is pretty large because he probably bellows.
Mm-hmm.
How do the Karaki react seeing?
They all are like an attention style thing as he comes up, but then they sort of relax themselves back into the thing, and they've reconstituted themselves to be less twitchy and less anemic looking. And they're just sort of sitting there in the presence of this massive guy, and you can hear them. It sort of sounds like they're whispering, but it's definitely Karaki language, which is, does anyone here speak Draconic?
Yeah, yes, I do.
So you can understand about every other word. This specific language appears to have its nature in Draconic, but you're not really sure when or where it deviated.
Okay,
So
so
what kind
they're
of words am I
talking
picking
to
up?
the lizard man.
They're all talking to each other. The big lizard
Okay.
man is going, and the other guys are responding in like this little sort of chittering language. Or it's sort of that, except it's less like deep in their bellies. And they're specifically, so Shauna, you pick up about every other word. About one of them was landing, one of them was escape. That's about all you pick up from it because their dialect is so weird, and they speak from a completely different like thing than everyone else does. But Kair, you straight up hear that landing areas are unacceptable, and landing areas are unacceptable. The plague is too fast, and we have to escape. We have to make plans to get everyone. Everyone has to leave.
Okay. Okay. Karathalash will stay within like hearing distance, and just be behind them for like the queue of getting onto the ship.
Are they getting on the same ship as us?
It would appear so.
Okay.
Because the second that 6-minute thing comes on, they all sort of perk up, and the lizard man just straight walks through security. He gives no fucks. He walks through, nobody questions it. I think it's purely a size thing. Like, who's going to stamp in front of someone that's that big? And then the four guys sort of walk behind him. And they all stop next to the security guy, present their tickets, and he just says, okay. And they pass through, and they pass sort of... they pass through this sort of, like, magical scanning device, and the big lizard man walks past, like, over it, or, like, sort of around it, because he's just too big. And there's no lights or anything, but there's some sort of magic field within that sort of scans them and doesn't blow up or have any alarms or anything like that as they pass through it.
Can I try and sneak past? Since there's a lot going on, would I be able to kind of sneak on by at the same time as the group of lizard men? Or actually, what happens when the lizard men go through?
Nothing.
Okay, guess I'll walk through.
Okay. No, there's no alarms, nothing. You present your ticket to the guy, and he says, cool. The ticket the Davron gave you, I assume, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any way around the security thing without going through it?
Yeah, there is, but you'd have to make like a sneak check. It probably wouldn't be that difficult considering this guy's the only person at the checkpoint.
I'm gonna whisper over at Akshun. Akshun, do you think that maybe you could send Tiki over to distract the guards with Shorshana and I'd try and sneak around? I'm worried about this Arcanus core. that I've got.
Elix comes up behind you as you're saying this and says, "It's shielded. I've specifically gotten that box designed so that this won't detect it. If you want, I will walk through you and I will take blame if something happens."
What about
So
the
if
one
it-
that you have?
Oh shit.
That one,
I have an idea.
I still
one's
have
already shielded,
non-detection casted on that one too.
Oh, that's true.
Ouch. Yeah.
I
So it should
feel
be okay.
she's like sort of looking at you guys and she says, "Well, I have an idea though. Tiki is very small, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to give the pouch to Tiki. He just walks past outside the field. We walk through. Tiki hands me the pouch. Unless you want Tiki to hold on to it, I don't think it'll be an issue. Basically, we get your little man to go around and meet us on the other side, and then we regroup with that."
A crab holding 2 boxes. What could possibly?
No,
go
no,
wrong?
no. Just the pouch. Just the pouch.
Okay, okay.
Good old
box.
Tiki.
The box that Davron has should be shielded against this specifically.
Okay. I'll
And
cast.
Davron and I are going to walk through at the same time so that he can keep walking and then I can get searched. I've done this many times. It's too genuinely too easy.
Okay. I'll follow the plan. But as Tiki is doing the crossing, I'll cast dermatology to just cause some sort of noise, like the opposite direction.
Okay.
Draw any attention away from my
Alright.
crab friend.
And as you're like sort of doing that, you thaumaturgy as Tiki's like walking past, and one of the large cargo crate containers that's like being pushed along on this cart, makes like a crashing noise, and the guy turns around and goes, "What the fuck was it?" Like it just doesn't pay attention to it, and Tiki walks past, nothing.
I'm gonna go up to the real quickly. I'm gonna say, wait 1 second, Elix. I'm gonna go up to the security guard. Are those the new scanners that were just delivered recently? Are those the brand new ones?
Go and make a deception check for me, please.
Okay.
I'm hearing Dobron try and be deceptive.
It's not really working.
You
I always
say-
imagine it to be the most obvious or awkward thing ever.
You say that.
Ooh.
He looks at you and he says, I don't know if there are any new ones, but I don't believe so. Can I ask why? And do you have your ticket? Let me see your ticket."
Here's my ticket, good sir, and I'm an enthusiast. I love to see new technology all over the world. It astounds me. A simple mind has brought about a lot of joy just from the simple things in life.
All right. He looks at your ticket and he says, "Well, you have a nice day." And just as you're walking away, the Elix comes up from behind you and she's like, "What are you doing? We're supposed to go together. Remember, we're in public now. We're allowed to be together in public."
What?
And she grabs you by the shoulder and like squeezes real hard, almost to where it's like uncomfortable. And she hands the guy her ticket and she's like, "Oh, we just got married. You know, we're just gonna go. Is that okay?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "I guess," and he's like freaked out about this. He hands Elix back the ticket, and she literally whispers in your ear. She goes, "I don't know what you expected, but walk through together."
Okay.
And she like has you by the shoulder and she's like holding real tight. You guys pass through the little archway, and nothing happens.
Wow, you really got this one under control. I was just worried that you had no idea what you were talking about. Sorry.
Davron, I appreciate the concern, but I have been doing this for a long time. And if you will just let me do my job, we can all get out together. Now, where's Tiki? And she's like looking around for
Tiki scuttles across, crab walks, and hands him the pouch.
She like bends over and like holds Tiki in her hand, like real close to her belly, and like pulls the pouch out, puts it in her coat pocket, and is like, and she's like, Akshun, I know you're listening to me. We're gonna go upstairs, and I'll give you Tiki back as soon as you get upstairs.
All right. At this point, Akshun goes back to his normal vision, walks up to the archway, I suppose, and hands the ticket.
Okay.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
Just a passenger for one.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Let me sort of
do
look at
we-
your ticket.
Do we get any individual rooms with this ticket, or is it more of a common sitting area?
Well, it's a common sitting area, but everyone has their own quarters. I believe the trip should be 2 days, so legally we're
okay.
required to provide you a place to sleep. We're not gonna put you in with everybody because that is A, unsanitary, and B, asking for a plague or something. So each of you do have your individual rooms. They may not be super comfortable, but there we are.
Thank you very much.
I run over in with Akshun so that I'm gonna share his room. Thank you.
This is my cat. She can come on with me, right?
Oh, she's so pretty, and he does the pss, 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 pss thing and like puts out a finger to scratch your
touch.
chin.
Don't touch.
I mean, if that's what you want,
I
sir.
rub up against his leg.
He's like, I apologize. I didn't want to be abrasive. I didn't want to be aggressive. 'Cause-
You don't know where she's been. You don't like the plague, right?
what?
Best to keep your finger back.
I mean, y'all have a great day. And he
You
sort
too,
of,
sir.
Elix, I know you said just do what you said, but I don't feel entirely comfortable with you in that way.
I understand that, Davron, but at the moment it was what was required because you are awkward as shit.
No, I don't feel comfortable like that with you, so I hope that it doesn't offend you. I hope you're okay. And I sort of pat her on the back. It's not you, it's me.
I don't.
Somewhere Ron Valor's senses are tingling. He's missing out on an opportunity to be a dickhead.
At this point, Davron, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm
Just move on.
actually very confused, even more so than I was before. I mean, I don't know what it is about you, but what is going? I don't even know. Whatever.
I'd go over to Action. I hope she wasn't offended.
Somehow, I don't think she will be.
Okay.
I think we should gather the team and have a short meeting before the ship takes off.
Where is Kayer at this point? You're already on or no?
I'm still following behind. Basically, wherever the lizard men go, Care will be kind of trailing. I had a question. Would I know what the power dynamics involved are between the big lizard man and the Karaki?
So the big lizard is a sort of like commander of, generally speaking, a very large force of people. Usually. Specifically, this guy in his job would be a holy leader for probably a very specific group of Karaki, or even potentially other people.
Okay, and I can just assume that the group of Karaki is probably priests
Or
of
his
some kind.
the thing that comes to his envoy or his entourage, his
Okay.
support structure, in a lot of things.
Okay. Did they say anything about me to the big guy?
Not at all.
Okay. Okay. I
Karaki, you know that Karaki are, I don't want to say lower on the food chain, but on a different chain than
Yeah.
the standard. As you know them, they are. Where's my notes? They're not Karaki, but they are. I don't remember. Hold on, let me see. Oh no, I'll let you know.
Sure.
They have a proper title. I'm just trying to find it real quick. Okay. What are you guys doing now? Kaer Thalash, you're coming in later, correct?
Yeah, whenever the lizard men come in.
Oh no, they've been in before anyone else went in. Before Akshun, before Davron, before Sorshana. They all went on first immediately.
If they're in the common area, I'll sit in the common area. If they separate, if the big guy separates from the Karaki, then at some point I'll go back to talk to them.
Okay. All of you managed to get onto the ship, unless you want to do something before you get onto the ship.
I just want to talk to the party real quick that can hear me.
I think it might be a good idea to not fully associate with fake ROM for the moment. There's a lot of people that could be looking for all of us, and it might be a good idea to keep that as a separate unit so they don't know that we're all together.
Meow. That was an approval bow.
Approval, meow.
No, trust me, there's a difference. I've learned recently, as
Yes.
only having one cat, that she definitely has a approval meow and a I don't like this meow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the approval meow usually involves a headbutt of some sort. So.
I'll headbutt Davron's leg.
There you go.
Sounds good, Sorshan.
Oh, the big lizard men are called Motztuk. Motztuch. They're called Motztuk lizardmen.
Okay.
And that genuinely means large tooth lizard in the Karaki language, or in the lizardmen language.
Okay.
And then the Karaki is their form of small curled tail. Is the word Karaki means small curled tail.
Okay.
Okay. You guys are on the ship. Essentially, the way this ship is laid out is this is not a cargo ship. This is actually a passenger ship with a large section underneath. A large section. So imagine a normal ship, right? You have your normal ship. It's a boat, and this one is extremely long. And on the generally speaking, the middle sections are all for living quarters and dining areas and things like that. The upper areas are for crewmates, crew members, and then the decks are usually there. They're usually covered in some way, shape, or form, whether it's metal, cloth, it doesn't really matter. And then on the top and upper decks are usually weapons. This one has a bit of weaponry. It's not like a full combat ship. Full combat ships have between 40 and 100 guns, usually. And in this, sometimes it depends on what role it takes. But this was a dreadnought before it was commissioned into a passenger ship. So this passenger ship has the capacity between 600 and 900 passengers. This ship is massive. And at the rear, there are 7 engines. And they are actually adjustable for direction. And then at the very bottom of the ship, which is about 40% of the overall volume of the ship, has been dedicated for foodstuff, extra cargo, and a little bit more depending on what happens, can be associated with very specific things. And at this point, you know that the cold storage of this ship was not manufactured by the Steelworks. This ship was manufactured by a company called Meridian. Which Davron, you recognize as a company from Breach.
Anything more specific than that? That it's just from Breach?
You used to work for these people.
Ah. Okay. When do I realize that?
As soon as you get on and you like find your quarters, you realize that this ship screams Breach in every way, shape, and form on the interior.
Okay.
Nothing is meant to be comfortable. Nothing is meant to everything has a purpose and is specifically designed for that purpose. This may be a passenger ship now, but when this was in service, this was probably an ammunition storage or a small gun port that people could shoot out of, or there's a lot of things that this like little tiny room that you're staying in could be, because the room itself is like no more than 3 feet wide and 8 feet long. So it's literally just a little compartment. And the best part is it's only 3 feet tall. There's actually 3 of them per section. So it goes up 9 feet, but there are 3 little compartments per person. So this ship was designed to hold an immense amount of soldiers. Not just crew members, soldiers, because this ship was designed to invade. You sent the ship in, heavily armored, heavily armed, and then you drop 1,000 people onto wherever you're attacking. That was its purpose.
Do I know if there would be any connection with the people that manufactured it to the people that are running it now?
No. Now they are not allowed to do that. That is illegal. So this ship is probably owned by a different nation state altogether, and was refitted by said nation state. You're not really sure who owns it. You haven't seen any iconography of a company, but you know that it was manufactured in the Breach for a very specific purpose, and this is a terrifying piece of technology.
Okay. I'm going to keep all that to myself.
Oh, and the CEO of Meridian is one Ebon Strong.
Fucking Ebon Strong. He's everywhere.
He's the owner of Meridian?
He is the current owner. He's not the CEO. He owns it. I'm sorry. He's the owner of Meridian.
Okay.
That put him and Sterling Brown at odds?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But they, you actually know that they have always had like this sort of awkward relationship that it's like, yeah, we both do a thing. It may be the same thing, but it's for 2 separate people. And by that logic, it's like, I absolutely hate you, but they are generally speaking not hateful toward each other, but they recognize greatness in the fact that, yeah, we're both cool. Cool guys doing cool guy stuff.
Always a comfy voyage when riding on these behemoths.
Say just sort of to the air, I guess Akshun, because we're not near Rom.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at this room that's too small for me to stand up. And I just sit down in a corner and say, this is not comfortable at all, man.
Too true.
I'm going to sit down as well and try and do some meditation.
Do we know how long we have until the boat leaves?
About a half an hour total.
I would, using this time with Delveron, I would like to make a medicine check
Sure.
on him. I just want to see if the radiation has taken any effect. Just keeping an eye out on that.
Okay. Not at all. He seems to be perfectly fine.
Just, awkwardly touching his back and wherever he's got that box.
Oh, Akshun? Hello?
Don't worry, I don't feel that way towards you either. Just making sure you're okay.
Davron strong.
I'm gonna flex.
Exactly. That's why you're okay, Dovron.
From the amount of people that were waiting for the ship to come in, do we know if the ship will be full or if it will be half empty or?
It's probably going to be
What?
about 80% empty for the time being. And you notice that on your ticket, it says that the endpoint for the ship, for you specifically, is Post on Hill, but it's moving to Endeavor, and then it's actually doing a circle to Quartzic Mines, Callow Hatch, back to Post on Hill, Sacred Meadow, Wild Creek, Bleak Frontier, Union. So it's making basically an entire round that goes all the way around the entire thing and then is dropping off at Union. And this is essentially its thing is it always goes Post on Hill, Endeavor, and then does a circle back or the snake back around to drop everyone off. Yeah, Sarich, if you want to link the map in chat, that would be ideal so the people can follow along. I'm trying to find a way to make the map a scene in here. It might be too big, but I'm working on it.
Okay.
Like I'm actively trying to figure out how to do it because the map is like 100 megabytes, I think.
You could just put it as an overlay, couldn't you, on the stream?
Yeah, instead of the Steel Horizon background. maybe we should set the map.
I'm trying, but I can't
Okay.
directly upload to the server because the file size is too big. So I'm actually FTPing it into it to see if we can just use it as a thing.
I meant like through OBS.
Yes. I have to make a new scene, but I could do that on the break. I'll do that on the break,
Okay.
and then we'll have a little bit of show and tell, so I can explain exactly where we are and stuff like that.
Okay.
As you guys are on the ship, though, I need all of you to make go ahead and make perception checks, please. And you're a little bit off to the side, right, Care?
Yeah, I'm wherever, like in hearing distance of the lizard men.
Okay. As you're like sitting there, they are all completely silent. They're sort of the large lizard man literally cannot sit down anywhere. He's just standing up, or he is sitting down, but his legs are like super wide, and he's like got his giant sword, axe, saw thing. His inspiration for his look I would consider be Aztec. So he has one of those giant pieces of metal that has like glass shards all along the side. So that way he can like hit you with it and then basically saw a piece of your body off in one motion. That's like its whole purpose. As you're sitting there looking at them, they're all just completely silent, just chilling. A few of them have like books out, and they're like looking through these books, but the books aren't in the normal orientation you're used to. They're in they're actually they're like triple bound books, so they have two things and a thing in the middle, and then you open one, read one side, open the middle, and then you read it from left to right and then down to up in the written version of the language is how you read it.
Okay. I mean, I'm just gonna be chilling until at some point if the big lizard man ever goes away.
Where is Dovron and Akshin at this point? Are we in their own rooms or are we at the common sitting area?
The common sitting area is just a little bit farther off. Where are you guys going to go to the common sitting area? I assume Hoshana is there as well, right?
Yeah, at this point, I'm just following them around.
Okay.
If I'm gonna leave the room, I'm gonna try and go stealthy. I don't feel too comfortable in this place. So yeah, I think that if Akshun is gonna get up to leave, then I would follow him, but try and go into stealth mode. And if he doesn't, then I would just stay there and probably try and meditate and chill.
Actually, would I have seen where their rooms were?
All of your rooms are all in sequence, so all of your rooms are technically right next to each other, or even on top of each other.
Okay. In which case, I'll get up and go to their room, and try to open the door, since mine is right next to it.
They're all like hatches, and all the hatches are open already.
Oh, okay. Then I'll walk by and kind of glance in and well met, friends. Perhaps I can trouble you for a bit of conversation.
Just sit down, Rom.
I look. I'm gonna go and look out either side, pull him in, and look to see if I see anybody down either corridor. Does I see anybody there?
Not at all.
All right, pull him in, close the hatch behind.
Shoshana with us?
Yeah, I'm in.
All right, team meeting time.
I have run out of a cat for this one. There's nobody here.
Yeah, I'll turn back into Rom. Right. We have some problems.
Tell me
By
about
the
Why
way,
do we have problems?
by the way, Elix is there, but she appears to be laying down in her little bunk.
Well, Elix, you might want to wake up for this one because we have some.
Uh-oh.
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 The big boy, he means trouble.
What do you mean, Rom?
He's special. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. He's special. He's
large.
Yeah, real large, real scary too. Yeah, they were talking about a plague that is perhaps going to be making its way over to the mainland sometime soon. So, yeah, that's
Where are they
that.
from? Do you know where are they from?
I believe they are from one of the Serpentine Isles.
That would make sense, since you're a creepy lizard and they appeared to know you. No offense, Rom.
Are they
Thank
from
you,
the Serpentine
Dobron. Just because
Isles?
I know where they're from doesn't mean I'm from there as well.
That's fair.
Are they from the Serpentine Isles?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure,
So
because they were
I-
talking about a plague and they were talking about landing somewhere and having to escape. And so I'm going to assume that's nowhere on the mainland.
They also said something, from what I heard when the conversation was happening, about an artifact that they were looking for, an endeavor from some kind of priest to bring back to their homeland. Maybe that has something to do with it, because I would imagine they don't want a plague. Maybe they want to do something against the plague with some kind of artifact. We should find out more information about that.
Well, I am not going anywhere near them until the big guy leaves.
Why? What is your connection with him?
No connection. Do you see him?
He doesn't look too bad.
He is an
Hello?
envoy. He is the envoy of a lizard god. I am
Have
not
you seen
going
Dolph
anywhere near
Rodney's
him.
gigantic as well.
He was a little bigger than me, but that's fair.
Dobron, do you think you could take him in a fight?
I definitely don't. He appears to have a giant axe that will cut skin off. And I have fur, but that's, it's only so much armor.
Okay, so
Rob.
we wait until the giant lizard man is gone and we talk to the little people.
We may have another problem as well, depending. I'm not exactly sure. This ship, it comes from Breach, and it is owned by Ebon Strong, the company that made it. I may not have left on the best of terms from Breach and from this company in particular. I don't know to full extent whether or not there any connection, but it's something we need to be wary of at least. And I think it might be a good idea to not associate ourselves as much with each other if we can, to sort of keep our distance from each other. It might be too much already, Akshun, Shoshana, and Rom, but if you can hide yourself, Rom, in a different form, then you shouldn't associate yourself with me with that form.
Seems like one
Way
more
ahead of
reason-
you, big guy.
One more reason we should stay out of sight in general. Rom, can I ask an obvious question here?
Yeah.
These lizard people, if they are coming onto the mainland, why would they come to Postland Hill or Endeavor? I don't think this suits their natural habitat, right? Wouldn't they want to go to somewhere like Drowning Creek?
I
Can
cut in here because I heard them say that they are looking for High Priest Ogoki to find an artifact to bring back to their homeland. So that's probably why they're here, about some kind of High Priest Ogoki. They want to go to Endeavor.
Well, do we care at all if they come on mainland or not? Because it doesn't really affect my lifestyle or life choices.
If there's a plague, it would.
Yeah, if it's a nationwide plague, I think everybody cares. You know,
So you're saying we don't want them to come because we don't want them to bring the plague?
we don't know if they are trying to help the plague or trying to stop the plague. We don't know what kind of artifact they are looking for, and why they need to get that artifact to begin with. So maybe we should see if we can, during this time, I mean, try to find out. Maybe we have to wait for the big lizard man to go first, but they seemed a little dumb and chatty, so maybe they'll, you know, mess up and talk about things they shouldn't talk about, or maybe they'll just open up.
Elix, do you have anything to say about all this stuff that we've been talking about? Been very quiet over there.
Oh yeah, as someone who, for their entire career, has made it just by listening to people. My only input for this would be exclusively that the one thing that needs to be solved is not why they are here. It is 100% when are they doing whatever it is that they're doing, because it very clearly, from what you've described, they have a plan, and if it's being aggressive, then that's an issue. But they are literally riding on an airship, right? Why would they do that? Why would they not just take ground transportation? They clearly understand how this works. They understand our society. Because I've never seen a lizard man that looks like that. There are a few, I assume, in the Drowning Creek that exist. There's a few outside of Myriad. They tend to stick to the swampy areas for amphibious purposes. But if they were a threat, fairly certain we'd know it already. I mean, I don't care if that guy's a high priest or whatever that fucking huge guy is. It doesn't matter, correct? Because if they were to do something, this would be the worst possible place and time for them to do it, right? I would almost say that if anything, they might be there's one language that everyone in this world speaks. Rom Valor, you are intimately familiar with this language, correct?
What are you talking money?
Absolutely.
What, do you want me to bribe them?
No, they are probably looking to purchase said artifact.
Would I know anything about this artifact?
Make a history check at advantage. Even with a 12, you know that there is an absolutely ancient artifact, because you understand that the culture of the lizard man predates essentially everything. And you know that most lizard men start off as small little hatchlings. You actually come out of eggs that come out of spawning pools. There's like a giant mother lizard that basically births these creatures. And it comes around once every 50 or so years, sits in a spawning pool for between 1 and 2 years, and just spawns out eggs, leaves, no one knows where it goes, comes back. So in order for a a lizard man to get to as large as Shot-Zarek is, he's probably between 12 and 1,500 years old. Because the Motzuk lizard men start off as literally between an ounce and 2 ounce weight, and the longest living Motzuk lizard man was 6,000 years old. And he, from what you remember, he's still alive. So he sort of predates this entire world's history. So it depends on what like variation of lizard man they are that's birthed from the Great Mother, and when and where. So it just depends. So if Shot-Zarek is here, that means that there could be an infinite number of reasons, but the artifact they're referring to is what's known as the Great Mother's Vision. And the Great Mother's Vision is a divination artifact that the lizard men have lost into history, and you know that it has been lost for the vast majority of lizard man history. And if they have found it in Endeavor, that is massive. Like, literally as horrible, as dumb as it sounds, it's game-changing for the lizard men as a whole. Purely because of the fact that the Great Mother's Vision is what originally told them of the issues behind Abhorrent Lessons, and which is why they live where they live, and they've kept themselves in seclusion and things like that. So there's lots of reasons for them to want the Great Mother's Vision back, and it is an untold power of divination, and there's no way for them to make it work because the people that own it are not lizard men.
Okay, so my question, would Akshin know what the artifact is, first of all?
No,
and second,
not at all. Like, actually, maybe. Go ahead and make a history check at disadvantage for me, please. Purely because of your connection to Endeavor. You might know. So, history check at disadvantage. Holy shit.
Wow.
I guess having a plus 10 really works.
Yeah.
You know that they have recently uncovered. They don't know what the name of the artifact is. All you know is that it is a massive ring of gold with a gigantic jade, essentially carved eye floating in the middle of it. And it was recently unearthed in, specifically in the Quartzic mines. And it was dropped off in Endeavor to be analyzed, in which they have done nothing. They literally can't analyze it. It literally is immune to divination magic. It can't be identified. You generally don't know what it is. And no one knows what it is because there's some sort of lock on it that they can't figure out what's wrong. So.
well, friends, let's see what we have on the docket that we must do before we return to Union. We have 2 quests at Tide's End. We have to get a box for the tiny crystal. We have to find the Wave Master. And now there's a third option, which is we follow these lizards to Endeavor to, I guess, take a look at this artifact. I'm not exactly sure what our goal is if we're following these lizardmen.
Listen, I'm not exactly here to save the world. That being said, the artifact that they are looking for, which I believe is the Great Mother's Vision, is there is some sort of world-ending thing that is got to be going on if they're looking for that.
Is there is there money to be made? We heard Elix say that they speak the one big language of money. We can try to acquire the artifact, see why they need it, and then decide maybe to sell it if we get it before they do.
I mean, this is a giant circle of gold with jade in the middle. How much money do you think it's going to cost to get?
Well, we're not gonna buy it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Shoshana, I'll let you know that the people that are holding on to these artifact right now are not really people you want to mess with.
Yeah, but how often has someone tried to steal that artifact?
Well, the other thing you have to think about is if they sent that massive beast to retrieve this artifact, what the fuck do you think we're going to do about it? I mean, if you want to hold it hostage against that massive beast, you are more than welcome, Sorshana, because I sure as fuck am not doing that. Because if it has anything to do with what Mr. Valor is talking about, that means it's priceless to them. And genuinely, a lizard man that is that large with nothing to lose can probably never be stopped. Let's be real.
I think,
So we don't need to go to Endeavor then at all.
but I'm thinking about this more. The artifact, we don't necessarily have to. It sounds like they want to end something that's bad that's happening in Serpentine, and it sounds like they just want to get this artifact to work it. Rom, do you think these people are evil? The lizard people? Is there some type of a desire for them to cause a world-ending event, or would they be trying to stop it?
Well, I can't say I'm their biggest fan, but I would have to assume that they're looking out for their own selfish lives. Yes,
My guess.
not trying to end anything, but survival is the number one rule with
Well,
Lizard
Rom,
Man.
I feel like maybe ingratiating ourselves with them might be the play. We offer to help them, see if we can get on their good side, do our tasks while they move on to Endeavor, and then if we need them later, we can use them possibly.
The
Can
most
I
impressive
assume
thing-
that they are not going to be selling this artifact,
No,
right?
no,
There's no amount of
100%.
gold that. So and
They
with
may be purchasing it, but the selling of it, no.
as in purchasing, as in they're trying to buy somebody to steal it from
No.
the people.
They are going to, whatever it takes, they're going to buy the artifact, or if it need be, they're going to take it. Because whoever's going up against Shot Zarek is not, it's going to be like, cool, you can either let me buy it, or I'm taking it from you. It's your choice.
You know, the other thing to think about, we're going to have to come back on this ship eventually anyways. If we go to Endeavor with them right now, we can go to Post on Hill on the way back.
I would like to commune with God
Oh,
at this moment.
that was the last thing I expected to hear, but okay.
I am casting, what is it, Augury?
Mm-hmm.
We're trolling Augury. And my question would be, will Endeavor come into danger?
What?
In the next 30 minutes.
Oh. I'll think about it first.
So what I'll give you, okay, is augury, in my opinion, in the hands of a knowledge cleric, I believe honestly could have a further reach than just 30 minutes. Honestly. Like, he's literally the god of knowledge. So when it comes to asking that question,
Do I need to be more specific? Like, within the next week, will Endeavor come into?
Yes, at least make it more specific in reference to who and what you're referring to.
Okay. Within the next week, will the giant lizard man bring danger to Endeavor? Cross out danger with harm and destruction.
So
You can PM me the answer if you like. I'm not sure
I
if
have
I
to.
will.
I genuinely, I can't give it that way. I'm sorry, guys. It's one of those things that's like, this is a very touchy quest. Like, this is a very specific. It'd be so.
While he's doing his communing with his god, which is a ritual, so Rom would definitely notice. Rom is fiddling with one of his religious symbols, not looking too pleased.
Wish I had cool things like that.
No, you've got to collect things, Dovron. If you want, sometimes I can give you a lesson on how to collect things from people.
See, and the other thing you need to think about, Davron, is that your cool things that happen generally happen when other people die. So,
Rom, come here for a second.
I've seen you fight, and it's one of those things that you may look at this shit that's non-combat oriented and think that, oh, I'm not that cool, but I beg to fucking differ. Because when your bird turns dark as shit, that's sort of epic in its own way, that as soon as you're punching people right in the face, it's like, cool, man, I guess I'll just die. Because I've seen it.
Yeah, Dovron, the way you get high off of the death of people really freaks me the fuck out.
Here, I'll help. 1 second. I'm going to
put in a pint of oil into my lantern and start lighting it and looking for invisible people.
At this moment, Akshin
come out.
Breaks out of his trance.
Rom will go invisible.
It's there.
See, there you go, Dovron. You got me.
Hey guys,
and you have your response now. So the minute or two later, you have your response.
Big A has shown me his vision, and there's not much we could do even if we go to Endeavor. Things will run its course, and our service will not be needed. So maybe we should just focus on our task at hand. Although,
yeah, let's just go to Tide's End, and we can always jump on a different ship that goes to Endeavor afterwards if we really, really, really need, but Tide's End sounds good to me.
Would there be any reason to talk to this giant lizard man and try and get him to be on his good side?
I think us existing puts us on his good side in the fact that maybe not talking to him could possibly... There's a lot of words to be said by doing nothing. Inaction is an action in and of itself. If you understand the concept that maybe someone that large could be on edge already, seeing as how he is very clearly not in the most comfortable place.
Let me be clear. I don't associate with lizard men. So if you want to talk to him, by all means, go ahead.
Dom, you seem very into the lizard man.
No, quite the opposite. Quite the opposite, in fact. It's why I'm standing right here before you like this.
So are we in all agreement in ignoring the lizard man and going to Tide's End? Dovron, how do you feel about it?
That sounds great to me.
I'm nodding as well, and I'm turning back into a cat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, there you have it.
And surprisingly, the rest of the journey, are you guys doing anything for the rest of the journey?
I would like to attune to some items, but...
You have items to attune to?
I have a adamantine chain shirt.
You don't have to attune to that.
Okay, and then I have a longsword weapon of warning.
I don't know. Let's take a look during the break, and we will figure that out. So what we're going to do is we're going to go on break. We're going to go on our 15-minute break. Everybody stick around. After 15 minutes, we will be back, and we will get into the Tide's End Mages College.
All right, let's do it.
Let me go to the short break thing. There it is. Welcome back, everyone, to the Legendary Tales. We're back from a 15-minute break, or at least most of us are. Well, Davron.
I'm not Dovron.
Oh, there's Akshun. There he is.
Do we need to reset the way that we're at?
Nope. It did it automatically.
Are you really that upset if you're Dovron? I mean, you're just now a bigger
I mean, I
version
guess
of a furry.
it's-
Right.
I
Than what
guess
you
I
were
can
before.
Just shapeshift into something else. I guess I can shapeshift into a bugbear. Actually, could I shapeshift into a bugbear? I don't think I could.
That's a good question.
Pretty sure those are sentient animals, and
Well,
Yeah, that's why I don't get.
okay, so welcome back, everybody, to Legendary Tales. I managed to
sorry.
I managed to upload the map into Foundry, so now we could give you a little
Oh,
bit of a
nice.
tour as to what has happened this episode so far. The area in which I was referring to is specifically here. So they had gone from Insight to Union on the train. Okay. They went from there to there, and then from Union they're going to Post on a Hill, which is this tiny little town right in the middle of the region of Endeavor. The Quartzic Mines is where the artifact, the Queen's Vision, or the Great Mother's Vision, has been unearthed, and then they brought it to Endeavor. And the Endeavor is where the giant lizard man is. The lizard men are going to retrieve their artifact. Post on Hill is where the Tides End Wizards College is, and that's where they're actually going. So, and then the airship itself goes from Union to Post on Hill, drops off, goes to Endeavor, picks up to Quartzic Mines to Calahatch, to Post on Hill to Sacred Meadow, Wild Creek, Bleak Frontier, and then back to Union. And that is genuinely what the circuit is for this specific airship, because there's a massive amount of people that need to travel between places. So that's sort of the circuit that this specific airship goes on. So just to illustrate it a bit better for those of you who are wondering. And now that I have this, we can actually hang out on this one, and then if people have questions, we can answer questions for specific players and stuff and whatnot. That being said, this map is available for anyone who's wondering exactly where it is on the Twitch channel and under thing, and also in the Steel Horizons recap channel has a link to it as well in the Discord. So you guys arrive at Post on Hill. Post on Hill is a large fort that sits on top of a hill that in some areas of the world might be considered a mountain. This hill is 9,000 feet in elevation, and it spans over basically the entire. Calahatch is 11,000 feet in elevation. Quartzic Mines, the base of the mountains at Quartzic Mines sit at 12,000 feet elevation.
What's the elevation around Post on Hill?
Around, basically from Post on Hill to Sacred Meadow is a 9,000 foot drop.
Okay. All right.
So, that being said, the area of Calahatch, Quartzic Mines, Post on Hill, and Endeavor are enormous, right? So the lake up there is crystal clear. It's some of the coolest water that you've ever seen. You guys arrive at Post on Hill, and it is a very lively area, actually. This post specifically has a huge essentially not a wall, but it's sort of like a barrier that is made of stone, but it's smooth stone, and it's absolutely incredible. Post on Hill is essentially a former military post that has been converted to a giant trade hub. Calahatch is the area's food production area, and then Endeavor is just the capital, and they are literally just sort of an outpost that looks upon the desert. to see what's going on. They just exist there, and this is not a place where people live easily is the word I'm looking for. It's not a place that you could just go and live for your whole life purely because it is a struggle. This is a high desert terrain-wise, so it's very, very close to Colorado, Arizona. Cactuses everywhere, lots of tumbleweeds and sage bushes and things like that. And it's not very green. That's the one thing that you notice is it's not very green, and all the trees are evergreen trees, and they're off in the distance, and the water here is exceptionally clear. And at the very western edge, by the river on Poston Hill, like the Poston Hill has this representation on the map because it's very small relative to everywhere else. On the western side of Poston Hill, right next to the river, is a very large mansion-looking building. And within that, it is completely dark. There's something about it. You guys arrive at about 7 p.m. Local time 2 days later, essentially. On the second day you arrive, the second evening you arrive. You would expect that a huge college like this to be lit up and be lively and things like that. Nothing.
So it's just dark. Are there like no lights inside going on?
There are lights inside, but they are very dim, and they are blue.
You said it was a lively area that we got off on?
You got off in a lively area, but the college to the west that you can see from where you are is completely dark,
Okay.
except for a few flickering lights inside.
Do we see any people around that were already here that are just hanging around, or are people all going in / on off the boat?
The most of the people are leaving the ship. Actually, very few people leave the ship. It's you and a handful of other like regular traveler-looking people. They're not. All of them are not adventurers. You guys are about the only people that would fit the description of adventurer.
Should we go to an inn, stay for the night, and perhaps gather some information for the university, or do you guys
sounds
want
like
to go?
a good plan. Well,
I'm
it's
pretty
only
well
7
rested.
PM.
I could go for a drink.
It sounds like 7 p.m. should be a time where the bars around the university should be full. Maybe we should find a bar close by the university, see what's up, see if anybody has any information about the university. And maybe we find already a lead to Karis.
Seems entirely reasonable to me. Let's go find somebody. Find a place to hang out. See what's happening.
Yeah.
It's a little freaking creepy, the big building. I want to go there at night.
Wait, you want to or you don't?
I don't want to. No, thank you.
Okay. That's good.
I would like to roll perception for a college bar.
Go ahead.
I will also roll perception for a college bar. Never mind, I don't need it. Oh, maybe I do.
No, you find the good shit, the good college
the
bar.
good shit. The
The tavern that is closest to the Tide's End is the Thin Princess Inn.
I would be looking for any churches or priests of coin.
I'm going to be on the lookout for creepers. You know the kind.
You know what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we're looking for people that fit your description. There is a Four Elements Sisters temple nearby.
That looks like a great bar. Let's go on in and see what's happening.
Yeah,
Well,
let's go
look-
to the Thin Princess Inn.
Okay.
Are you still Carathalash? Carathalash?
Yeah, I guess I would have gotten off. I would have stayed in that form and gotten off the boat that way. So yeah.
I have already found a quiet place to turn back into Sorshana. I am no longer a cat.
Okay, so you're going to the Thin Princess Inn, or where are you going?
I think we're gonna go to the Thin Princess Inn, right, guys? You guys want to
Yeah.
go to the Thin Princess Inn? It's the closest bar to the university. We can see what's up.
Let's do it. Princess Rin.
What Overon said.
Yeah.
Was the elemental sister temple for me or Dovron?
For you.
Okay.
What was Dovron's question? Sorry.
Creepers.
You're looking for dwarves, people.
There are actually no
Something.
dwarves that you've seen so far.
Okay.
Dwarves, generally speaking, don't like high elevation open places. The closer they can be to the center of the earth, the more comfortable they are going to be.
Okay.
I guess if we pass by the temple, I would like to study it and see if there's anything that would be of interest to me.
I mean, at this point, Shoshana and I would not have any idea that the other two are looking for these specific thing, right? We're just
Not really, no.
sightseeing. Okay.
It would appear that they're sightseeing, but to a different. They appear to be looking for something specific, but you're not really sure what.
Okay. We arrive at the inn/bar. What kind of joint is this place?
It's actually a very sort of upscale inn that has a bunch of rooms. They have a ton of rooms available, but there's a fairly decent amount of people in here. There's probably 20 or 30 people inside. There's a live musician. There's a bard.
I'm gonna look over at my party. Back me up with this, guys.
And I'm gonna boastfully, loudly yell into the room.
Get my man a drink here. The one Akshun. He's been accepted to Tides End College. Right?
I put my paw on my face.
Shouldn't you
about
have
a-
said something about maybe he passed, maybe he I forgot the
Kara
word.
slips past the group, distance himself, and goes to the bar.
Does Dovron's statement draw any attention, or is it just loud and rowdy and nobody cares?
It's a little bit rowdy, but nobody really picks up on it. There's like an old man who sort of wanders over to you guys, and he's like, "Did you say Tide's End?"
Yes, this young little feline fella.
Shh! You're
What?
being too loud. So I'm gonna let you in on something, okay?
Oh, okay.
Tide's End went dark about a week ago. We don't go
Oh.
near it. We don't go inside of it. We don't generally know what happens inside. So
What if it's regular patrons? I'm sure some of the students come here all the time. Have you not seen
we
them?
have not seen a single student.
And there's no investigation.
This happens about once a year, but it's usually for 2 or 3 days, not for a week.
What happens once a year that cause them to go dark?
We don't know.
What? If it happens yearly, shouldn't there be an explanation?
There should be, but I'm fairly certain it's for our own good. Because recently it has been told to us that there is a sort of magical protection field generated by the college. So if something catastrophic were to happen, that we don't get overwhelmed by it.
Excuse me, barkeep. My name is Kara Thalash, and I couldn't help but overhear, but you're speaking of the college. I am here for Duchess Francesca's part of an investigation into what's happening here at the college. Would you happen to know a point of contact here? Somewhat official that I could speak to?
No. None of the real points of contact for the college have come outside. None of them have.
Mm.
Which is why we haven't bothered with it, because it's genuinely an issue. A few people have come and asked about it, but outside of that, we tend to leave ourselves to our own devices. I mean, nothing has...
Anyone memorable that it's asked about the college?
There was a group of people. Fuck. I don't remember what they were called. They all were dressed in... it looked... They all had gills. I don't know. It was a group of people. I think they were Triton race or aquatic beings. I don't remember. They all had blue skin and green hair. That's all I remember.
Do you know where they're at now?
They left. They asked about the college, and that was it.
Well, you see, being admitted to Taizan's college, I can't wait to get my education started. When do you think that will happen?
As soon as whatever's happening in the college is over.
Has anybody gone to check it out, gone inside since it's gone dark?
Would you want to do that?
I'm thinking about it.
Well, I'm
Oh,
sure
you are much braver than the rest of us.
You know, if this happens once a year, I'm sure there's been idiots throughout history that has gone up to check on it in the dark. Any cautionary tales for people that haven't gone up?
You may want to go visit the alchemist so that the majority of you can breathe water. That is a general thing about Tide's End, is they are all wizards learning about the ways of water.
Is the alchemist open at this hour of the night?
I mean, he can. He's just... If you head outside the bar and you head left and you go all the way down to the end, there's a small house. It looks wet. You'll know. You'll know.
I'm
And
doing
your
it.
name, sir?
Oh, his name, I think it's Rudy.
Oh, your name.
My name, I'm inconsequential.
Oh, of course not. We're gonna say that
NPC number one.
we're gonna say that you sent us, and I'm sure you're in good relation with this Rudy.
Considering I am 19 years old in the body of a 90-year-old man, I am not exactly in good standings with Rudy.
I feel like there's a story here. If you're a 19-year-old body of a 90-year-old man,
Do an inside check on you. Oh, I don't know much.
well,
Insight.
Excuse me, man without a name. Do you happen to know of a person named Karis?
And with that,
He might have looked somewhere similar to me.
His face changes when you say Karis.
Oh, I'll take that as a yes.
He says, well, if you want to know about Karis, go on an adventure into the college. That's where your answers are.
How do you know this? I thought you didn't know anybody that went inside.
That's because they haven't come out.
Karis has come out?
Nope.
How do you know he's in there then?
Because he was one of my best friends. And at this point, I'm
Aw.
fairly certain he's dead. So,
well,
I want to do an inside check to know if he's actually best friends.
Carthalash, you know 100% that he is telling the truth about he's actually probably 19 or 20. And that there was an accident with alchemy and he was aged.
Okay, I could just see it on.
He's wronged. He's been wronged by Rudy.
Okay. By Ruby. Okay.
Rudy. R-U-D-Y.
Rudy.
Or R-U-D-I. Sorry.
And do I successfully check? Was he the best friend of Karis?
He was.
Is he good-natured?
It would appear so, considering he's helping you. And not asking for anything in return.
Well, we've had bartenders being helpful and sending us into the pirates' lair.
First of all, I'm not a bartender. I am just a civilian villager. I live here.
Oh.
I take pride in where I live. I am proud of all of the collegiate members of Tide's End. The only issue I have is the lack of exposure and openness in which the experiments are taking place, that kind of thing. So,
You say you're friends with Karis. We are actually tasked to locate and find him. Can you tell us how he looks, or what are some stuff that we should look for on Karis?
look for someone who is easily the most beautiful man that you've ever seen.
Try and find a mirror.
Literally,
Well, it's-
imagine a human that is so beautiful it gives you an uncomfortable feeling deep in your stomach, almost as if it's unnatural. And that's Karis.
Well, it seems fortune favors me, as we have all traveled here for similar reasons. Perhaps I can employ you adventurers under Duchess Francesca's employ, and we can investigate this mystery together.
I am 90 years old. Not in a million years.
Understandable. I was speaking to this lot.
Oh, well, that's up to you.
You could party up.
Let's go for it.
So you say we should visit the alchemist for potions first. Do you
Let's
know
go.
if he is into alcohol?
Karis? Absolutely not.
No, Rudy.
Oh, Rudy? He needs alcohol for most of his potions and things, but it has to be pure, or like 95% plus.
Okay. I try to flag down the bartender and ask about the purest alcohol he could find.
They refer you to Rudy.
God damn.
Maybe we should bring him a bottle of random whiskey.
It's always kind. How much for a bottle of whiskey, barkeep?
It depends. How expensive are you looking?
Finest one you've got.
I mean, do you have 300 gold?
Maybe not the finest one you've got. What's the one that looks the nicest in a bottle?
Oh, the nicest looking bottle is 20 gold.
Do you have any mead?
I mean, the finest mead we have is aged. It's about 12 gold. Is that
What do you have for a gold piece?
precisely fuck all if you want a bottle?
Guys, let's go see Rudy. I think we can charm him. Surely.
Surely.
Dobron's like that kid that, like, for the first time goes to a club and thinks he's going to, like, get a table, you know? It's
For
like, we'll get a
$5,
table, and then they hear it's $2,000 or something, and they're just, oh, shit.
That's like that is such an apt description of what's happening right now. It's so good.
Drinks are overrated anyways.
Right then, adventurers, lead the way. Perhaps on our walk over, we can discuss cost of employment.
In your dreams, you want to be here too.
I'm saying that out loud for
I
like
know.
the general
Alright.
bar. If I'm hiring you, it's a little weird that I don't hire you for a price.
Let's go on to the alchemist.
Oh, you're hiring us. That's nice.
Yeah,
I thought it was.
yeah.
I thought you wanted to be hired by us. I'm like, no.
No.
I actually have one potion of water breathing. We probably should ask the alchemist on how long these potions last and see how many we need to get.
Agreed.
Another
Yeah, or maybe you can cast a spell that will last us for like days.
Yeah, I'm a cat. I don't like water that much. I don't have such spells.
Let's head over then. Thank you for all your information, person that doesn't want to give a name.
You can call me Deacon.
Deacon.
Thank you, Deacon.
We should start giving these NPC really funny names, so then Devin would force to give us.
You wanna
names.
play that game?
Maybe not.
Okay, Deacon. Nice meeting you. All right,
It was
we
a
followed.
pleasure.
We follow direction to the alchemist.
You head out, you head left, you go all the way down to the end, and this is the strangest looking house you've ever seen. It looks as if like a boat was capsized, chopped in half, and then made into a house. Except that you get up to it, and it's sort of dripping water all the time.
That's
So
weird.
should we just knock?
Who's the most charismatic of us? Care de
Care.
Lodge? I think that would be you.
Very well. Knocks on the door.
Yes, who is it?
Greetings. Are you Rudy?
Let me come get the door. And you open, the door's open, and the most mutated creature you've ever seen opens the door.
Is it even a humanoid at this point?
It is. And it literally is a turtle that is humanoid, but its eyes are about 5 times too large.
Greetings, Ruby. I am Kaeth Alash. I am here at the bequest of Duchess Francesca, who has beseeched me to investigate the college and its darkness that is currently long overdue, and I have been instructed that you would be the best person to seek out.
My name is Rudy. Rudy.
Rudy.
Apologies, I thought that's what I said.
You said Ruby.
Rudy.
I am not a gemstone, but okay. So, what do you want? I see that there are 4 or 5 of you.
Yes,
Well-
we've been told that perhaps it would be best to seek out some apparatus for breathing water if we were to step foot in the college.
Oh, potions of water breathing. Easy. That's fine. They're 8 gold each. They last for an hour.
Can you tell us why we might actually need the water breathing potions?
It's a
What's-
college for spellcasters that love water. I mean, if you're cool with drowning. And the fact that it's gone dark and no one wants to go inside, well, I would just take a moment and put 2 and 2 together that the fact that there could be enough water in there to drown you.
How many
Excuse me,
potions do you
Mr.
think we need?
Rudy.
You should only ever need
do-
one. I don't know what your mission is, but I don't see why an hour wouldn't be. An hour would absolutely be long enough, I believe.
Rudy, if we want to stay at the university longer, are there any other solutions other than a potion of water breathing? Is there maybe some kind of contraption we could use?
Not without making your investment multiplicative. I do have hats that work, but they are 1,100 gold each.
Oh,
That's a lot of gold.
that's a lot of gold.
I do have spells available that I can cast it that makes it last for 24 hours.
Oh, how much for that?
It's gonna be 100 each.
I think
I
we'll
feel-
just take the 4 potions for now.
Do we know how long it lasted when we were in the library? How long were we inside the library for?
Several weeks. Or a week or something, right?
You were in there for 12 days.
Oh dear.
12 days of real lifetime, but it was only 2 or 3 hours total.
While my teammates are talking to Rudy, can I stealthily cast a spell?
Probably not. If you would like to make a deception check about casting a spell, you're more than welcome to. But if it involves verbal component, probably not. What spell are you talking about?
Suggestion.
I just want to know if this fails, will he know that we cast a spell on him?
Absolutely.
I think they always know, right?
Yep. There are some spells that you can hide from, but I believe that's specifically like Zone of Truth. And then there's another one that specifically have that in their description.
I turn around and whisper to my party. Should I forcibly suggest him to lend us the hats?
I don't know if that works on turtles. I think
Why
we just
not?
buy the potions. I don't know. He looks like a creepy guy.
I say very quietly.
Okay. Well, I already have a water breathing potion myself, so I guess you guys could get your own potions.
Oh, that's not very kind.
3 potions then, and he'll put forward the gold for it, which is 24.
Mm-hmm.
Are those 3 just for you, Care?
No.
How do we know that we're not going to be in there for longer? Nobody has come back. An hour doesn't seem very long in the grand scheme of things.
Agreed. I don't feel very comfortable with just that. Some
neither.
people here might be able to breathe underwater, but I
I turn
can't.
into a... I can if I turn into an animal that can, but I mean, I don't want to take that risk.
All right, well, I bought 3.
I'm going to
I
buy
will
3
buy
as well.
3 as well.
Okay.
I'm gonna just stick to my
Stock
one. We're gonna finish this Titan thing with like 5 water breathing potion left over, and we're gonna just.
Just in case, we never know. Can toads and frogs breathe underwater?
You can
Or
read
can they
in,
just
you can read in their
hold-
description.
Oh.
If you click on it, there should be description. It says amphibious under their features.
And you said it was 8 gold apiece?
Yep. I don't know
Alright.
if toads. Yep, toads are amphibious as well.
Wait, where can I see? Oh, wait, you can't see it.
Now that the transaction is concluded, Rudy, perhaps you would have any information at all that would be helpful to our quest inside of the college.
Well, be aware. Just not every wizard that was there on their own volition. And that the water source for the college is the plane of water. So, be aware just of that everything you see may not be as it seems.
You sound like someone that knows more, but which not to share.
I'm from the plane of water, and about every creature there is hostile to the land walking the creatures of the land. No one in the plane of water enjoys anyone from land. I am an exception because I am an alchemist. I sort of require money. So,
Oh. Do you have any flippers by chance in case we have to take a little swim?
I don't think swimming will be the issue.
Oh, okay. Well,
So what will be the issue, do you think, Rudy?
The amount of creatures that can drown you. by inserting water into your lungs is the main issue. I mean, I can count at least 8 of them. 8 subtypes, let's say. That's not counting the water sages, or the shark people, or the many forms of kraken. Well, if there was a kraken, we would know. I mean, we'd all be dead if there was a kraken in the college. So,
Is there anything that we can do against these monsters? Any way to avoid them?
Run
What tips do
away.
you have?
well, try to be as low profile as you can in some cases. But remember, some monsters, if you're in contact with water, can see you by default.
Interesting.
It's
Are
sort
there,
of
like,
it's sort of like
boats?
tremor sense for water.
Hmm.
Can they sense boats?
If you can fit a boat into college, you're more than welcome to try.
A little rowboat?
How much is Rudy? How much is 10 gallons of water in the grand scheme of things?
10 gallons? What do you even mean? It's a drop in the ocean. Literally a percentage of a percentage of a percentage of a percentage of the plane of water. Well, technically, it's not even a percentage because 10 gallons in an infinite water container is literally nothing.
Okay. And again, I turn to my team. Are we done talking to this guy? Because I'm about to suggest him to do things for us.
I would like to be gone from this place if you were to do that. And Carthalash will bid adieu and leave.
I
Anyone?
think you should be by yourself when you do that, so we can come in and claim innocence and.
Oh yeah,
Agreed.
the fact that you guys came with me, and now you're okay.
Goodbye, Rudy.
Goodbye, guys. Never. I don't know who these people are.
Later, Rudy. I just.
Oh,
yeah,
goodbye.
I'm just gonna
Have a
step
great-
outside to catch.
Have a fantastic
fresh
day.
nose.
And stay safe. And come see me afterward if you find any interesting bubbles. I love bubbles.
Oh,
Bubbles.
Bobbles.
Bob. Oh, Bob.
Bobbles.
bubbles.
Bobbles.
To be
I
fair,
also
he's
love
probably a fan
bubbles.
of both.
Yes.
Actually, hearing that, good day, Rudy. We'll see you later when we do find those baubles.
Bobbles.
Bubbles.
Bobbles.
Well, Rudy was very interesting. I think I'm ready to go into the college right now. What do you think?
Do we want to wait till the morning?
Devin, with a dragonborn, would you be tied to water at all as a dragonborn, or would it be?
No. There are no.
Okay.
There are no. Black dragons are aquatic.
Okay.
What
And-
colors are your
and
shell,
we
by
all
the way?
we all know how black dragons are literally the Hitlers of dragons. So
Yeah. So I will turn back into Rom. Right. I think there is one more place we should go. I noticed a Temple of the Sisters nearby. That might actually help us out.
What is the Temple of Sisters? Because the last time you led us into a temple, we came out without a gold necklace.
I am with Akshun on this one. What makes you think that this is gonna go so different?
Well, it's not like every temple is going to be a trap.
I thought the last time
Famous last words.
I thought that we entered the last temple, and aren't all of the Temple of the Coins connected to the same Temple of the Coin? Is that how it works?
I believe so. That's what I heard before.
So what if we go into the temple and the same guy comes out and be like, "Where's
Well,
the money?"
Well, this is not a Temple of the Coin. It's a Temple of the Sisters, the 4 elements.
So you're asking us, what are the odds that you've pissed somebody else off?
but the thing
I have
Might be
not done
there.
any wrong
in
to the elemental gods.
in Ron Valor's defense, a deal done with a worshiper of coin is a deal done to the soul. So, the fact that he called off the monetary aspect of Ron Valor's debt means that we don't have to worry about that aspect of it. Just saying. I know from a little bit of experience with some coin followers that if you deal with money, that deal's done. If you make it like even coin herself can come down from the heavens and say something. If you ask for more coin after you've already made a deal, that's an issue that genuinely leads down a path of damnation when it comes to worshiping of coin.
Oh, that seems fair then. Let's check out this temple. I'm game for it, Rom. I trust you, sort of.
Yes, I just figure if we were happen to get the favor of Aquis, the god of water, going into a water college, that might help us.
A little bit, yes.
Okay.
And in Rom's form, he will pull out the Aquis symbol that he has around his neck.
Okay.
But as he's walking along, he's going to silently pray to his god.
Okay. You guys see the temple of the four sisters, the four element sisters, and they each basically it's not a giant temple. It's like a small hewn stone building that is roughly the size of what we consider like a small chapel, and directly in front of it are four pillars that each have a sort of form of an element on it. One of them is a bowl full of water that is just consistently churning. One of them is like a little globe of air. The next one is an ever-burning fire, and then the last one is like a quartz crystal that's just floating above it. And each of those is on its own pillar with like the name engraved all from top to bottom, just the name of the god. You see where is it? You see Terrace, the god of earth, Embrys, the god of fire, Stratus, the god of air, and Aquis, the god of water. All engraved on each of the pillars, and then the doors are wide open, leading to the inside where there's a small light at the far end, and there's like candles lit all around. Who's going in first?
After you, Rom.
I'm first. I'll walk in first, and is there any sort of places for offerings, or is there a priest nearby that I could talk to?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there any sort of saying or something that would be related to the Four Element Sisters, like any sort of greeting or anything
it
like
depends
that?
on which priest you specifically interact with.
Okay, I'm looking for the
Make a
Aquis.
religion check, please. At advantage. At advantage. You know that the water goddesses the water goddess's greeting is usually flow like a river, and then it's countered with crash like the tide.
Okay.
And
flow like the water.
Flow like the water and crash like the tide is supposed to be the retort.
Okay. I will walk up to. I assume there you can tell the difference between the priests.
Well, considering that the actual priest of the water goddess is literally a water elemental, yes.
All right. Time to lie to a water elemental, I guess. Rom will walk up and greetings, friend. Flow like the water.
Do you speak primordial?
No.
I do not either.
Are they all elementals?
They are.
Oh no.
I speak primordial. What did it say?
Crash like the tide.
I whisper to Rom. It said crash like the tide.
Forgive me, friend. I don't speak primordial. Fortunately, I've brought a fellow follower who does.
And as he's saying, I'm going to just say it to Akshun. He said, clearly, Akshun is not a follower, and very much a follower of Antiquus, who is also respectfully part of the Pantheon. And he said, if you truly were a worshiper, you would be able to speak to me. So, that being said, how can I help you?
Oh, fuck. Oh. Well, Web. Oh, sorry. Does Akshun say that to me?
Yeah, Action says he calls out on your bullshit, but he's willing to help you regardless. So be nice.
Ah, well. Apologies. You know, it's I consider myself a dabbler in polytheism. So, but you know, I've been told that bodies are mostly made up of water. At least that's what they say. So I figured it's not a bad idea to cover your bases for we're heading up to that college up there, and I thought it would be wise to try and beseech Aquas for her blessing.
They're
I don't know if it's a her or him.
It's the sisters. The sisters.
Ah, sisters, right.
The
Got it.
sisters.
Easy.
Well done.
So it says interesting. Just a forewarning. Before the gods of this world existed, there were gods, and there always have been gods, in the plane of water. One of those gods has gotten loose in the college.
Oh shit! I don't say that out loud.
Are you translating that specifically, Action?
I'm translating it all, and I want to ask: do you know which god is on the loose in the college?
Do you know what an aboleth is?
Didn't we encounter an aboleth or
Oh,
heard about it?
yeah. We did hear about it.
Well, they have released an aboleth into the college, and its minions are also in the college. If you can remove that aboleth, it should set them free.
That is what Caliber's looking for.
In my notes, it says contained an aboleth in all of shows as one of the things that probably like talked or mentioned.
From what I remember, didn't they contain gods?
They did.
But I thought he was specifically, the thing he was looking for was
Well,
giant monster, one
the
main
lore-
eyeball, several eyeballs on the side.
Yep, that's what an aboleth is. The idea behind aboleths is aboleths are so ancient that they've witnessed the birth of gods. They literally are so ancient. And basically the water elemental explains to you that if he touches you, you are dead. Without proper treatment, you basically turn translucent and you can't breathe without water, and you basically become one of their minions, and you are dead forever if it touches your skin.
I have aboleth, squid with hands and eyes.
If you would like to Google what an aboleth looks like, you're more
I
than
do.
welcome to. Just don't look at stats or anything like that. I would appreciate it if you didn't mention
No, I'll
First
look at
thing
images.
Sheever's going to say when we see one. So can I now turn into an apple?
Aboleth are not beasts. They are very intelligent creatures. So
I mean, there's a couple of artwork things on there. They look kind of spooky, but I don't know why it is squid with hands and eyes, because they don't have hands.
Priest of Aquas, do you have any advice on fighting or avoiding aboleth? Any weaknesses that we might need to know about?
the college will have safeguards.
Well, the college is in the dark for longer than it should be.
But
so
the
I'm not
aboleth,
sure-
the aboleth has not come out. So therefore, there has to be some reason that it has not been able to escape yet. So
So you're saying if it's already out, then it's beyond our pay grade.
exactly, which I believe that the aboleth has not been fully released yet. So there has to be a way to subvert it back into the plane of water. That has to be there. We have been. If I go in there, the aboleths are known to have control of elementals such as myself. Very, very easy. So that's the reason no one has gone in there, is because I have been warning them away myself. If you are actually going in there with a mission, then I hope you have potions of water breathing. And if any of you get touched by the aboleth, or if any of you contract whatever it is that it spreads, get back here as soon as you can, and I will hopefully be able to cure you. But it's not a guarantee.
Do we know where Caliber is at the moment? I don't think so, right? Because we basically
I was
left.
just gonna say, can we search down Caliber?
Because he can control the aboleth very easily. Or did we leave him in insight?
No, he said it was more power.
Dude,
He
I
said
don't
the Aboleth
trust.
was more powerful than him.
I also don't trust Caliber.
Priest of Aquas. We're also looking for a man named Karis. It's a wave master.
Oh, Karis is a dear friend.
Do you know if he's in the college?
He should be in the college, but I don't know how safe he is. But aboleths are absolutely gargantuan when it comes to willpower and physical form. So be aware that the wizards in the college may or may not be working on their own volition. In other words, don't shoot to kill if you can help it.
Interesting. And as far as disabling or taking down these people, what is there any advice that you can give us? Ways to try and break a spell or a control that they might have over them?
If any of you have the ability to dispel magic, it should be fairly simple. Or if you have the ability to knock them unconscious, it can break spells that are cast upon them. Or the caster itself can be knocked unconscious. If you can seal the aboleth away, it should break any control that he has over these creatures.
How would we go about sealing him away?
The college is built in with safeguards. So they literally have the ability to break the connection between the plane of water and the college. You just have to find them. I don't know where they are because the two headmasters were the only ones who have that knowledge. So it may be in their quarters, and it could be literally anywhere. So just be aware that breaking the college's connection to the plane of water should be mission number 1.
This seemed like a scary thing at first, but it sounds like we just need to punch some people.
As long as you don't punch the aboleth.
Okay.
Don't punch the aboleth.
Fair enough.
We'll try and keep him restrained.
We were counting on having a good night's rest, but it seems like time is of essence with this. Should we?
I think we should go now. I mean,
I
it
think we
should
can't
go.
have been that much later from, what time we started, or we ended up in Post on Hill.
I agree. Let's
So
go.
it might be 8 p.m.
Seeing as
I'm not
Aquas
tired, yeah, let's
is,
go.
I assumed Aquas is opposed to the Aboleth.
100%.
Perhaps there's anything that the church would be able to provide to aid us in this mission.
I can only provide you with support as soon as you are out. If I go in there or send anything in there, the aboleth could potentially have a link, escape that way.
You know, we actually were just over there at Rudy's shop, and he had these helmets that help us breathe underwater. Unfortunately, they're a little bit too expensive for us, but perhaps a church would be able to make perhaps a donation to help us in our cause.
It channels a spell. You all can breathe water for the next 24 hours.
Ah,
Perfect.
Thing we
Wow.
got these potions.
We have 10 extra water breathing potions. I'm sure we'll never need again.
Ram says, "Perfect, thank you so much." Kisses his water thingy and heads on out.
All right.
Well, I have to say, Rom, we didn't actually get robbed this time. Good job.
Well done, Rom.
You know, you could be a little bit more appreciative of the fact that I just got us the ability to breathe underwater for 24 hours.
You mean I got us the ability to breathe? Because as far as I know, I'm translating everything. I'm the one that asked. You're welcome.
Whatever you tell yourself.
Let's head to the college. Enough of bickering. We've
Yeah,
got to
let's
save
go.
the world.
Great job, both of you. Let's go. And we walk towards the college. I'm assuming it's pretty straightforward how to get there.
Actually, yes. Surprisingly. Give me 1 second, and we will transition into that.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm going to transition the observer first because the size of the map is lagging my computer to the point where I can't use it. So
It's just too pretty.
it's
I got a religion question. to
okay.
ask. If I'm like powered by one god, what if I make offering to other gods?
Your god would not have an issue with that.
Cool.
Other gods might, depending on who they are.
Okay.
The way Devin explained it to me, like, sounded more like it was like a sort of like an Egyptian society, you know, where like some common people like dedicate themselves to like multiple gods, basically whoever kind of helps them out.
I see. Okay.
Is that still right, Devin?
There are gods that 100% take offense to all that, though. So
Yeah, sure.
just depending, genuinely, like I said, it just depends on who they are. All right, so here we go. Let's transition to the Tides End Wizard College.
Map.
Yay, map.
I haven't seen a map in a while. Ooh.
Let me just light things up a little bit here. Maybe it's very dark.
Can I put on my lamp?
Sure. Do we
Alright.
know what the distance that it goes in?
Yes, it is shining bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet.
Additional 30 feet. Okay,
Yeah.
so bright light for 30, and then dim light at 60. Bam.
Can you delete one of my tikis? Sorry, I pulled an
Why do
extra
you have
one.
too many? Why do you have so many tikis? I gave you a tiki already.
And then invisible creatures and objects are visible as long as they're in the bright light.
Okay, that happens.
Oh, naturally? Hey.
Oh, is this the lantern?
Yeah.
Thank you, Doveron.
Of course.
And I have.
Thank the lucky rolls.
Let's see if the.
Ooh.
Oh, that's sick.
Nice.
Should we head in?
You guys.
Or should we knock?
You guys see a handful of creatures. Wait, Rom, did you just walk through that? Oh my god.
I also-
Yeah, I was
I
trying to
want to
look
produce-
in the window.
I'm producing. Producing a flame, and
don't
I
know.
just hold
I
it
don't
in my hand.
Why there wasn't a window? Okay, so I put a window there for you. I don't know why it let you do that. Apparently, it removed the windows I had put there beforehand.
What is that thing?
Make a nature check. Or an arcana check. This is not a natural creature.
Which
Can
one
I
do
also
I do
have,
better?
Have
They're
my
the
own
same.
little light.
Oh,
Oh God, what is that? Oh Jesus!
Um,
Can I have my own light as well? I did a produce flame.
what's the distance on it?
10-foot radius bright light, 10-foot radius additional dim light. It's
Of
just a little
course.
flame in my hand. Thank you.
You're welcome. Directly standing in front of you, Davron, it's called a scum.
I see a scum.
Stop looking at the mirror, Davron.
Stop looking at Dom.
Oh, brutal.
Rom the Lord.
Shoshana, how could you? How could you? Wound me deeply.
The scum are, generally speaking, minions of an aboleth. So they are fully transformed humanoids that have been touched by an aboleth. They are between 6 and 7 feet tall, and they have a bunch of tentacles coming down, and most of their upper torso is made out of gills, and they have that same identical line of eyes that go straight down the middle of their face. And usually there's between 70 to 100 of these things that follow an aboleth around.
Is this what Doveron's telling us?
Yep.
From what he learned?
There's so many of them that go around the Aboleth. 70 to 100 even. Let's go inside and fight it.
Does it react to when I was up in the
Yeah.
window at
Nope,
it?
not at all.
Okay.
Is it moving at all? Is it standing still? Does it seem like it's like
sort of
zombie-like?
It's sort of just standing still. And the one thing that everyone make a perception check, please.
I wonder if it's a student.
Akshun, Sorshana, and Davron, you guys notice that there's about 6 inches of standing water around the on the floor of the entire building.
All right, we're gonna have
Even-
to wait
even
for
where we are?
6 inches. Wait,
Nope.
6 inches. That's pretty big, right? Inch.
It's half a feet.
Remember
that's not that
they
big.
said that they
It would
can
splash if you stepped
they-
on it.
they can detect
Yeah.
motion.
I'm gonna take out one of the thermal pebbles that I had in my inventory,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm gonna throw it out to like right here. Is there a way I can mark
the
it?
water itself only comes up to the doors that you have now pushed inside. It doesn't move past the doors. So it's literally just like something is keeping the water inside.
Yeah, throw a rock, Davron. See if anything changes when the stone hit the water.
Put your cursor where you want to throw the pebble.
Right
Can
over
you
here.
Cast without a trace.
Right here?
Or I
Yeah.
can I cast it.
Well, of course you can.
My spell is broken right now, but
It's
I just want to
not
say.
working.
Yeah, I don't know how I somehow lost it, but and then I would like to stealth, even though I know I heard the. Ah, Jesus Christ! My rolls.
That's a 17. If anyone else would like to stealth, you have a +10 to that check.
I'll just stealth because I can.
I'll do a stealth as well. Oh
Jeez.
yes.
All right, so we're gonna make it a group check, and we're gonna take like a sort of average, which is still a lot. That's still.
I would have
well-
given Blessing of the Trickster, sorry, to Akshun.
Oh,
So
roll,
that would counter out.
Roll a normal.
disadvantage.
Roll a normal roll. Action. That's true. Can you stealth while carrying a lantern in a dark building? Probably not. I would say
I'm
I would.
holding a little flame.
Maybe the rest of us can, but
We just see a light. We don't even see Doveron anymore.
As you throw that pebble, these doors immediately open.
Which doors?
The two
Which
side
doors?
doors.
Okay.
Okay, we can't see those, so. Okay. Oh shit. What?
And you can hear
Guys.
you can hear the sound of at least a dozen more in the wings.
There should be a better way to go through here, though, because I feel like if we kill them, do we know if they're already lost? Can they not transition back into humanoid form?
Scum
After we
are
looked-
scum are creatures that come with the aboleth from the water plane.
Oh, I thought they were students.
No.
Would we know if they are easy to kill or not? I can roll a nature check for you.
That'd be an Arcana check.
Ooh, I will roll an Arcana check. Well, I wouldn't.
are we re-rolling? Because me and Davron already did an Arcana check on them. Do you want to re-roll to determine?
Yeah, just roll again. Roll again.
Okay.
Davron's very smart.
I'm gonna give you a little
Two
bit of
natural ones.
meta information that Davron would understand for some reason. Davron is actually educated in some aspects.
Ooh.
He may have passed over this information, but the little bit of meta information is each of these is equal to a 5th level character.
Interesting.
Okay.
I've got another idea.
I'm gonna take out one of my oil flasks and then try and pour it around the entrance to the door. So I like make a little circle around the door of oil, and then I try and drop a pebble in that circle.
Okay, so you're like pouring out a little blob of oil and then dropping a pebble on it.
And I'm trying to like make like a circle of oil around, and then dropping the pebble in the center of that water to see if the like motion transfers through the oil.
Go make an raw intelligence check for me to see if Davron would really understand how that works.
Hey,
Sure.
I'm a smart boy.
The second that you put the oil in the water, it's very. Make an insight check, actually, just real quick. Everyone can make an insight check if you're looking inside, by the way.
I am looking inside. Over here.
You're looking from a different angle. The second the oil touches the water, they are repulsed by it.
Oh.
How many?
Whatever
bottles
you
of
did,
oil
Dobron,
you
they
bring?
didn't seem to like that.
Interesting. I have 8 more flasks of oil.
Mm-hmm.
How
Right
much did you just drop? Did you just empty an entire flask, or did you do a drop?
That's a good question for the DM.
I would say you didn't fully empty the flask. I would say that you just dropped a couple drops in there. But there's something about that that is bad.
Are these windows solid, or
They
can
are.
they be opened
They
anyway?
are solid.
All right. Rom will grab a rock on the ground, and they can see us and stuff, right? Like, I mean, they're all standing in front of these open doors. There's a light.
How about we rub ourselves in with oil and just go in like that?
Oh, and they're all carrying tridents, by the way.
Let's oil ourselves up. See what happens.
We can also just oil our legs up, considering it is ankle-high water. So,
Rom is
like,
going to
oil
throw a
up onto
rock
our
to break the
knees.
window.
You're gonna throw a rock to break open the window?
Yeah.
Okay, go and make a strength check for me, please.
Oh dear. Oh, that's a saving throw. Oops. Ha!
Okay, so you're able to break the window. It crashes.
Did you do anything?
No.
Stop vandalizing, Rom. We're here to save everybody.
Wow.
Davron, would you
Yes.
mind giving me one of your bottles of oil? I want to rub some on my feet and legs. Thank you.
I'm gonna pass out 2 bottles of oil to everybody.
Here, we'll spread the love.
As you guys are sitting there, the second that you break the window, Rom Valor, you hear in your mind, "Why desecrate my temple?"
Spooky.
Just Rom.
Mm-hmm.
Rom in his head will think back. Oh, sorry. Just accidentally kicked the rock too hard.
Okay, I am going to message you. I need you to respond in message.
Okay.
In the meantime, I have taken a little bit of the oil and rubbed it on my legs up into like knee height. It's all across my legs up to knee height.
Okay. Rom Valor, you hear in your mind. As much gold as you can carry. Come inside. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Dovron?
Rob will start backing away from the temple.
Rom, what's the matter?
What's the matter, Rom?
He's gonna back away.
Inside, Rom Valor. Or Sleaze.
Rom?
Rom will keep backing away. Does the voice ever go away?
Nope.
Can I do an
Rom,
insight
what's
check?
wrong?
Shit. Akshun.
Sir.
You have one of those spells to get things out of your head? I might need that right now.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh fuck.
I turned to Dovron. Rudy did tell us that we just need to hit things.
I'm going to use stunning strike.
You almost feel like a physical tentacle pierce your mind for a second, and Rom Valor just sort of goes, oh, and it sort of brings you like almost into the threshold, and you sort of resist it. Come in.
Is Dovron still hitting him?
I'm gonna use stunning strike. How do I do that?
First of all, you have to hit him.
Okay. Wait, so what do I do for that?
You have to roll an attack.
Okay. Why am I blanking on it? There we go.
Time for some PvP combat. Come at me, Dovron.
Well,
Unarmed
this is
strike.
purely for your benefit.
Wait, how do I do this again? Unarmed strike. It's been
unarmed
so
strike.
long.
Yep, just
Yep.
unarmed
Are you
strike,
hitting-
normal?
Are you hitting Rom or are you hitting Scum?
He's hitting Rom.
I'm
It's hitting Rom, yeah.
Why is your character all the way into the thing?
You missed.
Oh wait, that's only on my screen. That's weird.
Can I try again?
Sure.
Well, is Akshun gonna help homie out?
I wanna
I'm just like trying, just whiffing.
I wanna make an insight check on Rom to see what state he's in.
You guys see me? I'm literally going, ow, and I'm struggling against something while simultaneously dodging
Alright.
Dovron's punches.
I
No
am
one's gonna help
cast...
me here, huh?
Guys, shall I cast Dispel Magic? Do you think that will work?
Wait, let me see what's wrong with Rom in the first
He is
place.
100 under attack mentally. 100%.
I am dispelling magic on him.
Okay. I'm gonna let you know that would not work, and I think that Sorshana would know that
All right,
this,
Tiki,
this
hold him.
specifically doesn't work that well.
Tiki, hold him.
I will actually just hold down. Understanding this, I will actually physically hold down Rom,
And I'm gonna just like put my arm on his shoulder and then try and punch him in the face.
So
Can I roll with
the
advantage?
second that you touch Rum Valor,
Uh-huh.
I'm messaging you, both of. Okay, so go ahead and make an attack
Oh God.
All right.
at advantage. Okay, so you hit him, and it's going to be 1 damage. We're just going to say it's 1 damage because you're not going in for like physically destroying him, right?
And is that with stunning strike too?
Yes.
Or
So
does
I
that-
need
okay.
Rum Valor to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
This is fucking up Rom Valor. We haven't even entered the building yet.
So you are officially stunned for a little while,
Okay.
and
I am
and,
in the meantime. Oh, sorry. Go.
What are you
wanna
doing?
throw
What are you
oil
doing,
on-
Sorshana?
I want to throw oil on Rom. I'm not touching him. I'm just pouring some over him.
It's not a bad idea. But now I'm getting beaten to death. And now it seems like my party member is preparing to light me on fire. All I wanted was a spell to protect me from...
I don't think we have it.
What are you gonna do? Akshu used it earlier.
What happened?
Oh, okay, interesting. Both of Davron, as soon as you touch Romvalor and you stun him, you hear in your mind, I've got him. Come inside. I captured him myself. Come inside.
Okay, I'm gonna also do the little back away thing.
Akshun, you hear, I have a tome. It has all of the history in it. The lesson.
Can I make a...
The lesson to be learned is inside.
Can I make an inside check against the voice? Does that even work?
No, you cannot.
I go inside.
Have you
Did
put,
you
have you
put,
put any oil?
oil
Have
on
you
your
put any
legs?
oil on
I have
yourself?
not done anything on myself. I walk inside.
Okay.
Oh my god.
The second that you
Why
walk,
is my team idiots?
the second that you walk inside, the scum sort of line up on the wall over here, and directly in front of you. I don't think. Can you see it, Akshun?
I see it. No, directly in front of me, I do not see.
Okay. Move forward, Akshun.
All right, I'm gonna throw oil at Akshun.
Okay, go and make a dexterity. If you could do a situational bonus, add your proficiency, so add a +3 to your dexterity ability check.
Okay. Ability check. And where do I do that?
It
Situational.
should say situational bonus is +3, or just put 3 there.
And then normal roll.
Yep. You get covered in, like, literally he hits you on the face in the head with an oil flask, and you're just completely doused in oil, and that pushes the scum directly away from you. And they get sort of pushed to the edges of the walls.
Oh, I
And-
see it now. Oh, shit.
Action! Get your ass back here!
I guess I keep walking forward.
I've got all of the knowledge.
All right, I'm gonna.
What happened to Rom in the meantime, by the way?
Rom is just like, he sort of seems completely out of it.
I'm going to throw a dart at Akshun.
Okay.
Um.
I'm gonna
So
say,
this is like
I'm gonna say you have advantage because Akshun is not looking to defend himself at the moment.
Oh, shit.
Go and roll damage.
Normal or critical?
Normal. Damn. So go and subtract 7 health from yourself, Akshun.
Action! Get your ass back here!
Am I broken from this voice or trance?
Your
or...
character so badly wants that knowledge that you get hit by it, and then the oil hits the wound, and you don't even have to make a perception check, but there is an aura around this creature in the water, where the water is also glowing a deep dark green. There's like a mucus cover on the water, up all the way up to like that altar. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me add a 20-foot aura to this token, and then that will show you light color. Let's do dark green, and then 20.
Shoshana, I think you should turn into a spider and try and web him down.
That's what I was planning.
So-
I'm either that or I'm constricting him with the constrictor.
I would like to make a perception check on the tome. Do I see any tome?
Go ahead. Inside the aboleth's mouth, there is it's not a tome. It's a piece of adamantine steel adamantine metal that looks just like that train car, except directly in the center of it, there is a sort of readout that has some holographic symbols on it.
I continue forward.
Am I unstunned?
You have
by now?
taken damage. So at this point, you can see it, but the whole like mesmerizing aspect of it has been removed from you. Actually.
Okay, I see. Okay.
So, and the fact that you notice that there's like a sort of like slimy mucus in the water directly in front of you.
So I now know that I'm surrounded by these small shitters, scums.
Yep.
I have turned into a giant spider.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know how I did it, but I did.
Wait, why did you turn? Did you
And-
mean to turn into a giant spider?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to cast web, but I don't know. I turned into a spider differently than what I normally do, and I am very confused.
Let me go ahead and fix you then. So give me a second.
Well,
Give me a moment.
oh, I found it though. I found it. I'm gonna cast it. Casting
Action.
web.
Go ahead
I
and
cast web.
go ahead and make an attack at advantage, please.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm about to message you. So give me a second.
I still have oily legs. If
Yeah.
Are we gonna start a fight with Akshun webbed down and then surrounded by a
No.
bunch of creatures?
I'm just webbing him so he can't continue moving forward.
What does web do? This is a good time to know.
It doesn't do damage. It just holds you in place. You have to do a wisdom saving throw or something.
you have to you have to take an action to remove the web from you.
The action restrain target can make a DC saving check, busting the web as success. The webbing can be attacked, but it doesn't do any damage on its own. I'm
Nope.
webbing you just to the floor, or to the pillars, or whatever it
The
is.
webs are flammable. I'm double flammable now. Between the oil and the web.
Yeah, but you're already in water, so you go.
I'm gonna light up like the light.
Fuck it, I know if
So
those
Shauna-
creatures get
so
on top
Shauna,
of
I
you.
messaged you with a
Oh.
question.
Oh. This is a great question. Discuss something amongst yourselves.
What is Ronvalor doing now that he's no longer stunned?
Well, did Akshun stop moving?
Yes,
Right before
Akshun.
he got webbed?
Akshun is like yeet. Davron
I physically stopped moving.
yeeted essentially a lawn dart straight into Akshun's back, where he goes ah. And he's like reaching for the dart, and then at the same time he literally is reaching for the dart, and he gets webbed, and he sort of just falls over onto the floor, flailing like a fish in a spider net.
Okay. Well, shit, I was gonna cast something, but you don't need it anymore, so...
Sorshana, as soon as you make sort of contact with Akshun, you hear in your mind, I have a portal to the plane of dreams. Come step into the portal.
Shoshana.
I'm still a spider. I don't think I am enticed to go forward because my Quori so far has put hints towards my party members, so my party members' safety would come first for that,
Okay.
I'd think.
I no, that's absolutely justifiable. Your character very much has a mission, but you know that the second he says plane of dreams, that's where the Quori are from, and
Yeah.
all of the answers that you could ever possibly seek would be through that portal.
it also makes me realize that everybody has had something, because it's very specific.
Mhm.
Everybody has had something said to them. So I am gonna tell to Akshun, snap out of it, Akshun.
Oh no, he snapped
Come
out
back.
of it.
I'm already out, and my ass hurts.
He literally has a lawn dart sticking out of his shoulder while he's webbed in the water.
Don't worry, Akshun, we'll come and get you.
Get your sticky shit off of me, please.
Is in the same time, are Rom and Dovron, are they out of it too?
Yes.
After being punched in the face by Dovron, yes.
And Dovron is out of it too, he's fine.
Yes.
I put oil on myself.
Dovron does appear to be out of it.
Okay.
Can I
Then,
make a? Can I make a knowledge check to see, like, to understand what it's doing to us?
Your
Or
character,
intelligence?
this would be so far above your ability to understand it because this is the first time that you've ever seen this creature. And
Okay.
the only reason I very rarely ever say no to anything. And you guys know that about me. This creature's just lifespan alone is so mind-boggling that I don't think even if your character could understand its motivations, the source of power alone is just mind-boggling. You don't know where the power is coming from. You don't know how this creature works. You have no information.
If I
Okay.
go back to myself, will the web disappear?
No,
Or will the web stay?
the web will stay.
Alright.
I shout out.
If you want to make a strength saving throw, Akshun, for trying to break the...
Do it!
For sh-
I think that we should head off to the side and not go to the center yet. It feels like that is death, but maybe we
Yes.
can find something in these other side corridors.
Something tells
We
me
have
those
to try
creatures aren't
to-
just gonna let Akshun come back after he's changed his mind.
He's got oil
I
all
think
over
they
him.
would. He got oil all over him. We'll find out, and otherwise we'll kill them all.
Dang. As you guys are thinking about moving to the side, Akshun just does his like roar and breaks out of the net. And just looks back at you.
I'm
You
walking
wanna go
in.
left?
Before running back, I say to whatever that's in front of me, "Where's my tome?"
Don't talk to it, you maroon.
It's Akshun,
It-
actually, Dovron.
It looks like you see this massive tentacled creature with eyes all over it, and it just looks at you and it goes, "You had your chance," and it swallows the data pad into itself. Too bad you missed it.
It's a liar.
Action physically feels pain right now.
And well, you do because you got a dart in your shoulder.
Emotionally feels pain.
Do we want to go left then?
Let's do
Are
it.
the monsters, are the scum standing still?
No, the second that you guys get close with your oily ass bodies, they all start to sort of retreat.
Oh, they really don't like oil. Great stuff. Good job buying all that oil, Dovron. Actually, I can't talk. I'm a spider. I'm doing.
I catch your feeling.
Well, you can still talk mentally. You are a Kalashtar.
That's true, but it's only one person every hour, so I'm like, I'll wait.
Let's head through and see
I
what we
don't know
can
if I
find.
want to talk to Dovron as one of the people. This didn't count as a fight, right? I can turn back without losing any of the things, correct? Or if I turn back, do I lose one of my wild shape charges?
You do lose a wild shape charge.
I'm staying in spider form.
This hallway goes up. There's something creepy here.
I'm trying to figure out whether Action would actually walk away from this situation.
Yeah, I was about to say, Akshun's still standing here.
No,
Rob's making sure he backs away.
That's genuinely a reasonable thing because Akshun has literally been shown that something exists that he could. Oh, everything about his character is driving him to want to be there.
Akshun, have you ever heard of a deal with the devil?
I've read about it, yes.
I believe that is the proverbial devil that you're looking at right there. Don't think anything good comes of making a deal with him.
Here, kitty, kitty.
I will gain knowledge in time. Let's go.
Think of Tiki.
Yes. Thank you, Tiki.
All right.
I say let's explore over here as far away from that creepy asshole. as
Holy
we can.
shit, there's a big ass spider.
I barely fit in the hallway. I would imagine that I am sideways in the hallway at the moment.
I think you're crawling
Because I don't
along the
fit-
wall. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Here, what I'll do.
Close the door behind us.
I can't move
My room's
anymore.
freaking me out.
Hold on. Let me reduce your token size, just
Oh,
for the
okay.
purposes of this, and then we can move on.
Great.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
There you go.
Devin, when you said that the aboleth can control elementals,
Mm-hmm.
can it only control water elementals since it's from the water plane?
If you want to make a straight intelligence check to know that, you can do that.
Okie dokie.
Oh, there's a different path here, guys.
Fantastic.
You don't know.
Okay. Akshun. Akshun, where'd you go?
Yes, I'm
Hello.
here.
You got all this knowledge. I don't suppose you know if aboleths can control fire elementals.
I don't think I've read about it. I'm not too sure.
So, guys, shall we go left
that-
here or right?
No, it's not a success. To know if an aboleth, that's a very specific reference, and it would probably be really difficult to know that.
I think we need to look
Max.
for any clues.
Well, let's.
What good use of you? The one thing I need of you is fucking knowledge, and you can't even give me that.
Is this a door that we can enter?
This one, I think they both are. Both directions.
Or is it a window?
I just
It's
I just
labeled as
opened
a
the door.
door. If it's labeled as
open
a
the
door, you can open it.
guys,
Okay.
let's not forget
Whoa.
what we're here to do, which is closing that portal.
This
Do we know
looks
what the portal
important.
like that looks like?
As soon as you step on that pad, it begins to glow.
Yes.
That looks like a portal.
Akshun, hop off of it. See what happens.
Remove Tiki.
As soon as you step off of it, the glow fades.
Oh, I see a portal up here as well. Let me step on that.
All right, I'll step on this one at the same time. What could possibly go wrong?
The water begins to churn in the center of the room. And as soon as the water begins to churn, a sort of like, a tide appears right in the middle, and it goes directly up, and it creates a sort of like arch, and a little, almost like a veneer or like a piece of plastic appears directly in the center, almost.
Where Tiki is?
Yep.
Is there anything else that we're noticing that's happening in the hallways or to any of the stuff around us while that's going on?
You can hear the scum following you.
Did they open this door? I
No.
closed the door behind us. Okay.
No.
Uh-huh.
What happens when Tiki walks through the veil?
Tiki walks into the veil and is unable to walk through it.
Interested.
I step off the pad. Anything happens?
The arch sort of fades and dissipates.
Come back on. Anybody want to try to walk through this thing?
I'll go after it, sure.
I'm gonna try and walk through the arch. Wait, first before I walk through though, I'm going to use my wand of magic detection.
Oh, this is magical. Don't even
Okay.
have to detect that shit.
Amazing.
And I'm going to take another one of the rocks that I have and try and toss it through it.
It sort of pings off the little film in the center.
I pick back up the rock, and then I try and like press into it.
Okay. Oh. So you sort of press into it. You press into it, and both of your hands go through the film, and you're pressing on it from the side of Sorshana, and the outside of your arms disappear on the side of Akshun, and you can actually see his muscles and his bones and his blood vessels from your side, Akshun, almost like his arms have been cut off.
Like an anatomy page
Yep.
out of a book.
Yep.
How do you feel, Dovron?
How do I feel?
You feel fine.
I
Don't
feel
move.
fine.
Let me bring out a book and sketch this real fast.
I pull my
and
arms back through.
Well, as you're doing that, you feel something grab onto both of your arms.
They got me.
And also, you feel as if your arms are completely covered in water.
All right, I try and pull my arms out.
As you pull your arms out, an entire man comes with you.
Oh,
So back
All
off,
right.
back off one tile down, real quick.
I do an insight check.
Oh wow.
What am I picking up from this guy?
I don't know, but he sounds dreamy from Shiver.
Actually, yeah. Is this Karis?
100%.
Would I recognize him from the
100%.
like, oh, but I'm still a spider.
Who the hell are you?
I sort of hold my fists up like I'm ready to punch him in the
And
face.
he's like on the ground on his hands and knees, vomiting up water. Just.
Okay, so I grab his back and start like pounding it, just trying.
Like vomiting up water.
Are you okay? Who are you?
Karis!
Karis? Why didn't you say something, Shoshana?
you see like the little mandibles and the fucking spider legs just going ham everywhere.
I think we found the water plane. Karis,
I-
where were you?
I walk off at this point. Is the veil gone?
Yeah, the veil disappears. And Karis is just he's not wearing the clothing he has on. He has like a really tight leather suit of armor on, and it's completely waterlogged. And he just is like, "Oh, thank you for saving me." He like sort of vomits up a little bit more water. Breathing water for so long can be such an issue. And he's like crying a little bit, and like he's completely soaked in water.
I'm gonna take out my water breathing potion and then just like pour it down his throat.
You're gonna give him more water after he's.
The water breathing potion.
And he actually takes it and he said, What was that?
It was a water breathing potion.
Oh. You saw Rudy, didn't you?
Yeah, we saw a lot of people in town. There's a guy that seemed to really like you a lot.
Well, is it gone yet?
Is what gone yet? Oh, I can't talk.
No, it's definitely still here. Ron
Well,
says from the hallway.
I managed to escape, but I have the key.
Where's everyone else?
Let's just say they're not as fortunate as I am in being experienced. I believe the headmaster is walking the halls, so we need to be careful.
Wait, why do we need to be careful of the headmaster? Isn't
The headmaster was absorbed into the Aboleth's army immediately.
oh
Is the headmaster an elemental?
No,
Oh. Well, where would you recommend that we go to try and break all of this stuff down? This place has been quiet and dark for
He
over
looks-
a week, it hears.
He looks at you guys and he said, well, why are you covered in oil? I don't understand.
Well, I'm a chef, and water and oil, they don't mix that well together, in my experience. So I felt like it was a good way to keep back those scum.
Oh, what a genius thing. Do you have any oil left over?
I think they have a little bit left.
The fact that Kiris caused over on Genius takes action off a lot.
Okay. Here's the plan. I have this. And he pulls out a small red orb that's bound in iron. He said this is a sort of grenade that is designed to dispel magic. And I believe the containment field around the aboleth can be dispelled and force it back into the plane of water along with all of its companions. That being said, I need someone with proper throwing ability. I have been literally in the plane of water keeping myself alive for, according to you, a week.
Are you the only survivor?
As far as I know, yes.
I like to look him up and down and do an insight check just to make sure he's
Or
not
a medicine,
creeper.
or a medicine check. You could do that too. Oh, yeah, he's telling the truth, 100%.
I'm looking him up and down because he's just good looking.
He's absolutely a beautiful man. Like literally, it's just unnerving.
Akshin is feeling things that he's never felt before. I touch him and make a medicine check, but mostly just to touch him.
Can you throw? What's your name? Hey, he's looking at Davron.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm Dovron. I just hit this man who's touching you right now in the back with a dart.
And actually, the dart is literally still in his back. Do you like turn and show him?
Yes,
I grab the dart out of his back and put it back into my backpack.
Ow.
He said, "Well, that explains it." Here, and he hands you like the little orb with the iron bars wrapped around it.
Where do we need to throw it?
Directly at the aboleth.
What happens if we miss? Occasionally I'm not perfect with my aim.
I can help you. I can guide. I have a sort of telekinetic ability that I can sort of guide your throw.
Okay, sure. Why not?
I could help you as well.
And he begins to make his way over to the main area.
Wait, did you cover yourself in oil? I think Akshun would help you with it.
I mean, it would help so that I don't get attacked, unless all of you want to go first. I assume that we can use it sort of as a shield, but I don't know.
Can I crawl out this window that I broke?
If you would like to, yes.
Yes, I would like to.
So go ahead and make a dexterity ability check, and then add 3 to it, and take it at advantage, please.
Okay.
Oh god, I hope you don't miss.
You throw the little red orb, and it bangs onto, it sort of crashes into like a sphere that's covering, the top half of the aboleth, and it cracks for a moment. A huge red, like, cloud goes back, it sucks back into it, and the shield around the aboleth shatters, and you can sort of see, like, the skin on the aboleth's body is being pulled real hard in backwards into, like, the center of the room, and it's, like, grabbing on with its tentacles, and all the scum around it are being pulled back with it.
Take that, you son of a bitch.
And one by one, they're sucked into this portal that's doing it, and then eventually the aboleth sort of cries out, and it sort of crashes, and behind the aboleth there was a massive flowing waterfall that just had water flowing out of it consistently. The water is now shut off. And as you had your feet in this water that was covering like 6 inches around the entire building, it sort of felt alive in a way. The life in the water sort of faded away. And as you're looking at stuff, you didn't see before, but directly underneath the aboleth was about 15 bodies that are now just chilling, lying in the middle of the pool that were in the waterfall underneath the directly underneath the aboleth. And they are all distended and bloated from being in water for 7 days.
Sorry about your friends.
What kind of thing am I getting from medicine?
Oh, they're all 100% dead.
Well, okay, we're good. Based on their clothes, can we tell if they're like the students?
Yes, they are all 100% students.
I am going to check if there is anything along the corpses of value. As Spider, because I'm still Spider, but I can definitely roll for perception. I think I rolled for perception.
Go and roll for perception anyway. You look over, and as soon as you begin to look over stuff, you hear in your mind, "Sister, I don't think the dead would appreciate you going through their pockets."
I take back to Karis. Damn it, Sharkshana. Why you have to stop me from getting rich? And I give him a mental hug anyway, because obviously we are
Are you mind linking with him?
friends.
So we don't hear anything?
He's mind linking with me.
Oh,
Yep.
I see.
And as you say that, he says, "It is a pleasure to have met you for the first time. Really. I've seen visions and I've heard things, but it's being distant cousins genetically, but brother and sister psychically
Yeah,
brother and sister."
Do I see any symbol? Like, is my core eye say anything about him?
Essentially, it's like there's no real symbol over his head. He just has a sort of glow around him that is just, it feels like you guys have a connection, 100%.
Yeah, the normal core eye color star connection.
Yep.
Then, yeah.
So from the perspective of all of us, there's just a long, awkward staring contest between a spider and a dude.
Yes, but it's not awkward
That
at all.
goes really fast.
It actually doesn't look awkward. It looks
Is this
like
a giant?
It genuinely looks like they've known each other forever.
I
Is it
turn
the-
back into my normal self. I don't know exactly how, but I will.
I got you. I got it.
Okay, and I give him a hug.
Hey, you two know each other.
And
Oh wait,
as,
we knew that.
And as
we do that.
as she transforms back, and I assume that you guys hug like immediately, like as soon
Yes.
as you transform back. There's a hug, and it genuinely, this interaction is 100%. They've known each other forever. There's not a doubt in your mind that they. You don't understand the connection. Those of you who are not Kalash Star would never really get it, but you know for a fact that these two have known each other for basically forever. They've may not have met each other, but they know each other.
When he told Sorshana that he chided her about searching the bodies and she stopped, Rom would like to stealth with the pass without a trace and check any of the bodies that are closer to him.
Okay, you can try.
Well, I've already rolled the stealth check.
Okay. So that would require me making a perception check. luckily, for your sake, he has expertise in perception. So, good luck.
That is a 23.
Oh, jeez. Apparently, I
Oh.
still can roll dog shit. Go
I
make
will
it-
not touch the bodies, but
Go make
I
an
will.
investigation check. Just do an investigation real quick. You may be looking at it, but you're not going
Rolling,
through
rolling,
pockets or
rolling.
anything like that, right? Essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just
Um,
seeing if there's like any like amulets or anything like that. rings, that sort of
Surprisingly,
thing.
no, not at all. And what was your guys' missions coming here initially?
We
Fine.
needed to get a box from somebody here. I don't know if all it so happens
No,
because
we
they're all
need-
dead.
And the wave dasher
Yeah, and this guy.
and the homie.
Wave master.
What box were you looking for exactly?
I think wasn't our box somewhere else entirely? Wasn't our box on the place called? It wasn't our box in Breach with the Lucas guy.
We've been told that somebody here would have knowledge of how to actually store that Arcanus crystal.
That was what
true.
Elix said.
Yeah.
Elix! I just sort of
Elix.
yell out.
I mean,
Elix!
she's probably around. Or did she die? Would she have resisted the thing?
She sort of walks into the room and she says, yes? What's going on? What's happening?
You said that there was somebody we were supposed to meet here who had...
The headmaster. The headmaster. He's a sort of an expert on containment.
He's roaming the hallways.
As you say that, directly up and to the right, I don't have a token for him, and I'm sorry. Something got rid of my token for him. But a figure crashes through the door, and he has translucent skin.
Would anybody of us recognize him? Does Shakshana recognize him?
Karis looks at him and goes, Headmaster! What happened? And he just looks at you guys, and he's like, literally, it's almost as if he's trying to cover himself in as much water as possible.
Didn't the priest of Aquas tell us to not touch things or you'll turn translucent? Is that what it was? Or did Ruby tell us that?
No, we have to. Yeah, we have to bring it to the god. We should pick him up and run him to the Four Sisters.
Can we touch it? Is it safe?
I take my last vial of oil and I throw it at him.
As soon as you take out your last vial of oil, Karis comes up behind you and says, if you do that, he will suffocate.
Oh.
He has to breathe water. He's been touched by the aboleth. I don't know what we need to do. I don't know. What can we do? And he just genuinely seems terrified of what's happening right now.
I think
Let's
we
go
can
to the Priest of Water.
we can bring the Priest of Water here now, can't we? Because the Aboleth is gone.
Oh, that's true.
That is true.
Although I don't know if he feels safe to do that.
Do you want to ask him, Akshun, since you're the only person that can talk to him?
My headphones died.
Oh, that's true. Devin, can my character just run to the temple?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. I'll just
And Karis pulls out like a bunch of spell components and starts just straight up casting like as much create water, like literally just create water. What are you doing?
I can create water.
What are you doing? Sleece. I see.
I'm
I see you over there.
I'm looking for traps, and I have been inspecting bedrooms.
Okay.
Police has been spying on boy wizards' rooms.
There are no traps. Go and make an investigation check if you want to look through people's shit.
Always.
Is there
Always.
anything?
God damn it.
Is there anything in this room that could count as a container?
There's a handful of like vessels that are just like containers that would be full of water that seem to have been drained.
I have a 10-pound iron pot. Here, let me fill it up.
I just go over to the little like Is this a waterfall going down off the edge of the cliff?
It used to be a waterfall. Now
There's
that
no
you,
water
now
there.
that you have severed the connection to the plane of water, there's like a little bit, probably an inch or so of water that's slowly draining off the side, but it's not fully contained.
I create water in a container. I have used the spell. Create water.
Okay. You're basically pouring water all over the headmaster.
I'll put it in a container and then he can go into the container.
There you go. And they're like little small clay jars, and he just like Karis takes his arm and like puts his whole arm in this pot, and like as I assume Davron pulled his iron pot out and the other stuff like that. Basically you're just inserting his limbs into different parts of water so that he can breathe. And about a few minutes after that, Akshun comes back with the water elemental priest of Aquis. And it comes in and it sort of rushes forward and immediately like essentially jumps onto the headmaster and begins to glow a bright red, essentially. And about 10 minutes later, releases itself off of the headmaster, and the headmaster's body sort of like flops off to the floor, and his skin is no longer translucent, but he's completely unconscious. And that is where we're gonna leave this episode.
Damn.
Okay.
So many questions.
All right. Well, that's where we're gonna leave this episode. I hope you guys had a good time watching it. Northern Eclipse, we're now using Foundry Virtual Tabletop. If anyone wants to talk about it, we could go to the Discord. Come to the YouTube channel, come to the Discord, come talk to us. I had a lot of fun today, and then I think starting next week or the week after, we're gonna have LD as a guest star. So,
Oh, dang.
yeah, he's gonna be here for a few episodes.
Woo.
Nice.
Gonna go on a fun series. That's
Yeehaw.
gonna be real rough. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we will talk to you guys next week. We'll talk about when we can play next week. And we'll figure it out. Everyone have a great weekend. Stay safe. Don't do anything cray-cray. And we will talk to you guys later. I think I have to add to my Patreon credits on this one, but it'll be okay. And we will talk to you guys later. Have a great day, everyone.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.